Your attention, please. Yes, we shall start.
Learned friends, distinguished speakers, and my dear colleagues, good afternoon to all. Today, we are in the second day of the International Summit on Quality Concerns in Educational Research organized by the Department of Education, Annamalai University. On behalf of the organizing team, I welcome you all. Today, we are having 4 lectures. The first lecture is by our program director, Professor R. Babu, Head Department of Education. I request Dr. T. Manikavasagam sir, Associate Professor, Department of Education, to introduce the program director, Professor Dr. R. Babu. Dr. T.M. sir, please.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Very good afternoon to all. I am really welcome you all for the second day of a 2 days international summit on quality concern in educational research organized by the Department of Education, Annamalai University, Tamil Nadu, India, in association with the All India Association for Educational Research and the International Forum of Researchers in Education. It is a time and also a great pleasure for me to introduce our enthusiastic Professor Dr. R. Babu sir, who is presently working as a Professor and Head of Department of Education, Annamalai University, Tamil Nadu, India. Actually, sir is the real backbone and inspiration to organize this webinar even during the drastic pandemic situation. It is not new to him. He has conducted many innovative programs in the Department of Education, Annamalai University, like this. For that, he got appreciation many times from the higher authorities of Annamalai University. It is a wonder that Sir has more than 39 years of experience in the field of teaching and research, and he has held with various positions in his professional career as convener, coordinator, head of the department, dean, director for yoga studies, director for UGCCF DRS2 major project, and also he extended his service as a principal in a constituent college of Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University, Tamil Nadu, India. As an excellent researcher, Sir has guided more than 65 PhD and MPhil scholars and 70 MA students for the research work. And Sir has published more than 30 research papers in highly reputed journals in national and international level. And also Sir has published 12 books in various dimensions of education. A good teacher always solves a problem because he only able to find a solution to solve the problem. In order to prove the statement, as a research specialist, Sir has owned 5 major research projects at an outlay of more than 1.5 crore Indian rupee. And Sir has organized more than 40 seminars, symposium, workshops, and conferences, both in national and international level. Sir has received many awards at national and international level, such as Best Teacher Award 2010 by Annamalai University, a Lifetime Achievement Award by GA Educational and Charitable Trust India. Such a wonderful, great personality now is going to deal with the session on educational researches in India, a prelude. Let me request Dr. Babu sir to take over the session. Sir, please.
My dear participants all over India, it gives me great pleasure to speak before you in this international webinar. First, I thank the organizing team for having chosen a wonderful topic, and they had chosen me also as a speaker, for which I extend my wholehearted thanks to the organizing team. It is indeed a great pleasure to say thanks at this juncture to all my authorities, especially the Vice Chancellor, Annamalai University. Without him, this international webinar would not have come or emerged. Dr. R. Jnanadevan, the Registrar, Annamalai University, is a man behind my work at all the levels. He is the person who is always encouraging me, and he is the real motivator of this international webinar. The opportunity given to me for conducting this international webinar as the webinar director by the authorities and by my team, along with all the staff members of the Department of Education, to whom I am first thankful to the greatest extent. The topic that we have chosen for this international webinar is quality concerns. For me, the organizing team has given a preload on the researchers in India. Of course, I felt that the title is a very big one, a long and lengthy. I added one word, prelude, in the title when it was suggested to me. Researchers in India is a long, lengthy, very big concept. So I will give only an introduction. To begin with, this is the time not to have a classroom interaction like, but we should understand where we are. We must know what is the education. This word seems to be very simple, and I am taking you to the primitive level. Education. We all are aware of this word. At this age of 61, I feel very comfortable to give my own definition for the word education without referring any book or materials. Education is the creation of a sound mind in a sound body. Aristotle very categorically said. Now I request every one of you to think, do all we have sound body? The question is pathetic. Do Indians are having a sound body today? If we do not have sound body, it means we are not having good education. I am not talking about Indians alone. I am talking about the whole world population, my global citizens. Do we have sound body? Just to spend 1 minute, my dear participants. Not at all. If we have sound body, we will not worry about the virus, coronavirus. There is a mistake in our system. There is a mistake in our educational system. What is the mistake? We have to find. Aristotle categorically said, the real education is a creation of a sound mind in the sound body. It is the duty of every individual to have both sound mind and sound body after completing education. I am doubtful in that. Let us come to Vivekananda's definition. Manifestation of divine perfection already existing in human being. Education is a manifestation of perfection. The perfection prevailing in every human being now becomes question mark. Do we have a wonderful divine within us? As rightly mentioned by the famous Saint Vivekananda, our forefather. An excellent, these two definitions you must keep in your mind. What Aristotle and Vivekananda said is kept one place. Now I am coming to Socrates, the great personality whom I always worship, the great philosopher. I know you won't believe me, but the highest form of human excellence is to question oneself and others. We have to question many times. We have to ask questions several times. Why, what, where, how, when, where are, why do they, how many, how long? Socrates asked us to question, for which he was punished by giving a cup of poison to get a death. I am coming to the next aspect. It is a wonderful aspect that how these philosophers, the ancestors, the forefathers have guided us, the whole global citizens, how we're guided by all these forefathers. Yes, what for education has come only to achieve these informations of what our forefathers said. Do we achieve through our researches? Research is an organized inquiry carried out to provide information for solving problem. See the population of India. The population of India is more than 130 crores. Do we have the proportionate researches coping to our population? We are where we are lagging behind. Very interesting. Research is a systematized effort to gain new knowledge. How the 130 crores of population have contributed to gain new knowledge so far? Please, from 1950 to till this year, 70 years are over. Don't blame with one another. The governments need not blame with one another. The politicians should not blame with one another. The government officers should not blame with one another. The true educationist, you think about that. Do we gain new knowledge? Have we gained new knowledge so far? There is a mistake in it. We gained only less knowledge. Somehow or other, I would like to say, not knowledge up to the mark, expected level. Very interesting. We have to earmark our status. At the initial stage, in the place of educational researches, especially education research, the Indian teachers, the teachers who are working in the colleges of education and Department of Education and all the universities all over India have looked into the Center of Advanced Study in Education, KSMS, University of Baroda. In the early 70s, we all turned our faces towards MS University of Baroda. That was the pioneer. MS University is the pioneer for educational researches in education. It developed and it gave wonderful researchers, beautiful teachers, beautiful scholars, whom I would like to mention. Our Professor Sunil Bihari Mohanty and my former head and dean Mamata Das, whom I have to mention at this juncture. Professor M.B. Butch is the main person initiated the work on surveys of the educational research. He started the work in the year 1971, and the case Center for Advanced Studies in Education, with the help of UGC and ICSSR, paved way for educational researchers collection. M.B. Butch conducted a first survey. M.B. Butch concentrated on the second survey, and on third and fourth surveys respectively. One of the major functions of NCERT is the dissemination of research findings in education. The council does this through its journals and many other form of publications. After M.B. Butch's surveys, survey 1, survey 2, survey 3, survey 4, this project I would like to mention at this juncture was the pioneer for bringing all the educational activities put together under one umbrella. The second survey and the third survey, I would like to say how Professor M.B. Butch would have concentrated with the team of experts all over India, with a special team from Gujarat, especially from MS Baroda University. It is thought-provoking work. The benefits of the survey, I cannot say within 1 day or 2 days or 3 days, something like that. The surveys are the basis for all the educational researches which we have so far conducted after 1980 till date. That is, after 1980 till date, around 42 years, we have been following the surveys of M.B. Butch sir, who made during 70s and 80s. Now, all these are available in an online platform also, and is very useful for all the people who are doing the researches all over India, all over the world. You have to understand one thing. MS Baroda University opened the doors of the fields of researches to the people of India. No doubt. The Annamalai University is equivalent to MS Baroda University, which followed from the year 1990 till date, that is during the last 40 years. I would like to proudly say at this juncture, the different areas covered by the M.B. Butch survey. Philosophical foundations of education, the wonderful area which taught about schools of philosophy, philosophy and the curriculum, philosophers and their contributions to the education. It was dealing right from Socrates to J.K. It was dealing all the informations from Plato, Alexander to our former president, Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan. The philosophical foundations are the wonderful areas. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan used to say several times, our former president of India. The teaching is the only profession which is the noblest profession, I would like to say, with the quotations or with the various notes given by Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan. In India, a person with a teaching profession has become the president of India. But not to say a teacher can become to the maximum, to the highest level of India, the president of India. The philosophical foundations is the base. At one structure, at one point, in education, we used to say philosophy and psychology are the two sides of the coin. No doubt. I would like to say the philosophy is the best side of the coin, though I am a psychologist. Many researchers, many Nobel laureates, many scholars are turned researchers from psychology. Their main profession or psychiatric analysis or psychological analysis as their base. Psychologists turned researcher or professionals would have been many in number in Europe as well as in India. No doubt, sociology of education that deals about universalization of education, social equality and equality in education, educational backwardness, reasons and solutions, etc. The famous personality, the constitution maker of India, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, the famous sociologist and reformer, who was the pioneer behind eradicating many issues related to social equality in education, and with special reference to educational backwardness, reasons and solutions, etc. At this juncture, there are several other issues which were concentrated under these areas of educational research, such as education psychology deals about personality, multiple intelligence, motivation, interest, aptitude, attitude, learning styles, learning strategies, educational adjustment problems of different levels of education, etc. And then teacher and classroom. Now, before entering into pedagogy and education psychology, I wanted to say very important aspects. In research, in educational research, especially, one should understand what is the aptitude and what is the attitude. I must have research aptitude to the greatest extent, rather the research attitude. Research attitude will tempt me to do research, but research aptitude will make me to do excellently the research. Research aptitude is most important, and the researchers on aptitude related to different subjects are also very important, which is notorious to the field of research. Research aptitude is most important. All of you please make a note. Research attitude is secondary. Everybody can have research attitude, but 10% or 20% of them only will have research aptitude. The person who has the research aptitude will get through the things very easily. Those who are doing researches in Indian Institute of Science and Indian Institute of Technologies will have majority percentage of research aptitude. But all of us will have research attitude who are working in all the universities of India. We will have research attitude. But the criminal institutes people or research people will have research aptitude. Now you should understand. This is very, very interesting, and how we are going to concentrate on these aspects. Then very wonderful and novel aspect is information and communication technology. And lastly, but not leastly, teacher education. ICT, which is the latest developing technology based research, which is the need of the hour. Then teacher education, which is my specialization. Teacher education and ICT are very important nowadays. The researchers must concentrate, especially in India, to make a complete revamping. We have to do revamp the research structure in India, for which ICT and teacher education are two key areas on which we have to concentrate. Please remember once again, ICT and teacher education. The rest of the areas, educational planning and administration, economics of education, and researches in education, all these areas are equally important, on which are all these areas also we have to concentrate. In Annamalai University, the researches were carried out very, very interestingly and extensively, which I would like to bring to your notice. Next to MS Baroda University, we would like to proudly say, right from Dr. S. Rajagopalan till myself as a professor and head in this department, during the last 65 years, from the year 1956 to 65, there were no researches carried out. 66 to 75, 2 researches were carried out. 76 to 85, that is the boom period. We concentrated mainly on teaching and projects. That is the main time, that is the main period on which we gradually concentrated on developing ourselves from graduation to post-graduation and post-graduation to doctoral degrees. In the year 1986, we started the full-bloom researches in the Department of Education. 86 to 95, 12 research degrees were given. Out of the 12, I was one of the graduate who got the doctoral degree, PhD in education. In the year 1996 to 2005, 33 degrees were given. In the year 2006 to 2015, 92 degrees were given. And in the year 2016 till date, 101 PhDs were carried out and were awarded. I would like to say around 250 PhDs were carried out so far in the Department of Education, with a special reference to the education. You see that bar diagrams will give you 2015 to 2016, 2016 to till date. During the last 5 years, we have awarded around 101 PhD degrees in education. And this is the great effort, the Department of Education, with the help of different deans and Dr. R. Gnanadevan, we have reached this pinnacle, which I would like to say. The different areas of researches the Annamalai University carried out was to start with the correlates of achievement. Correlates of achievement was an extensive area. The output of the individuals, the students' achievement is related with the different correlated items, that is correlates of achievement. Psychological correlates, sociological correlates, political correlates, then demographical correlates. So many correlates were correlated with the achievement. That was the starting point of our researches, especially in South India. We concentrated on these various researchers who have completed the degrees from our department, especially the professor and the head, the former Krishnan Madurai University, the former Vice Chancellor Madurai University, Karpaya Kumarvel, the former Vice Chancellor Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University, Dr. Vishwanathan and Dr. T. Padmanabhan, all these Vice Chancellors and the reputed personalities who have concentrated only on correlates of achievement, especially from the Department of Education, and all other people who have followed them. And the educational psychology was very interesting area. Dr. S. Sundarajan and Dr. S. Rajagopalan, who have mostly concentrated on education psychology, especially with a special reference to the various correlates related to achievement, psychological correlates. They only paved the way. And we will never forget Dr. Santakumari Sarah Williams, who also the main contributor in the field of educational research in Annamalai University Department of Education, who concentrated with the psychological correlates. Educational philosophy and sociology, environmental education, education planning and administration, education technology, and teacher personnel, teacher professional development, etc. These were the areas which the Department of Education Annamalai University concentrated, which represented the South India. Please make a note. The whole India was represented by MS Baroda University. I would like to strongly say at this juncture, there are several other universities. Aligarh Muslim University, no doubt. Gandhigram University, no doubt. Bangalore and Calcutta universities, no doubt. Vishwa Bharati Central University, no doubt. Then finally, I would like to say the Banaras Hindu University, Calcutta, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, all these universities contributed excellently to the field of educational researches, but to pinpoint at national level, MS Baroda, at a South Indian level, and Annamalai University. These two universities contributed excellently for the researches of the education. Latest areas of research, we have to now concentrate online education. I would like to say at this one important point, long back, we have concentrated learning, that is a classroom learning, and later we have slowly moved to e-learning. Classroom learning was shifted to e-learning. So classroom learning researches must be shifted to e-learning researches. Then e-learning is now shifted to virtual learning. Augmented reality is now the need of the hour, virtual learning. So we have moved from classroom learning to e-learning, from e-learning to virtual learning is the need of the hour for tomorrow. So online education is the only source prevailed before you, especially the Corona, the COVID-19, the prevailing pandemic brings you the wonderful learning platform that is online learning. Please don't forget. Now our researches must be concentrated from classroom learning to e-learning, e-learning to virtual learning, then virtual learning to online learning. This is a wonderful time we have to concentrate at this juncture, and areas of research in online teaching is also to be concentrated with the maximum effort. And current trends in the environmental education, environment, global warming, ozone structure. Nobody bothered when ozone structure was affected by pollutions. 100 years back, our ozone structure was excellent. Today, what is going on? In all the hospitals, patients are dying, for which the ozone is the base. Oxygen is needed. For want of oxygen shortage makes huge deaths. Remember, environmental educational research is the need of the hour. That is the pioneer. Environmental protection is important. Environmental education is to be expanded. Sustainability. We have to sustain with the existing structure. Whether the environmental condition is perfect or the environmental condition is to be improved, or can it be sustained? No one is worried. All the people have concentrated only on developing industries and polluting the nations. All the nations throughout the world, please make a note of this. European countries nowadays worried about the environmental demolitions. Even in Maharashtra, the Pune is the best place where hundreds and hundreds of chemical industries were incorporated some 50 years back. Now, even for a single vaccine, 2 vaccines are now alone available in India. Imagine about the structure of research in India. What made us not to have infrastructural facilities? Don't blame the governments. Don't blame the government officers. Educationists, you please come forward. Why do we have poor structures in our curriculum? Change the curriculum. I said excellently, what is the need of the hour? Environmental protection is the need of the hour. Environmental education is most important. Environmental sustainability. Protect ozone structure. Strengthen the oxygen O2 level of the place where we are living. Save, protect. We don't want to say produce oxygen. If you save, if you protect, if you retain the existing O2 facilities, it is equivalent to the O2 produced. The chemist will explain all these things. Now, at this juncture, we should not forget about the various other aspects related to COVID-19. Many researches are going on, coping and well-being in families during the COVID-19 crisis. COVID-19, global social trust and mental health. Mental health is important aspect. Now is to be concentrated. I would like to say, ask many questions. Where is our mental health? Where it has gone? Why mental health is reduced? Why there is no mental health? Why mental health is now being affected? We are not mentally sound at present. You all are doing good things. But I expect every one of you to do things good. I am doing good things. But now I should change it. I should do things good. The mental health is to be improved. If we are mentally sound, if we are mentally healthy, we will not die. The coronavirus will not take away from this universe. As a teacher educator, I assure you that sound mental health will make every one of us to survive, live on this earth. How effective homeschooling has been for people during the COVID-19 pandemic. See that children are given the various kinds of phones, Android phones, and children are now sitting in front of laptops and the computers and are watching. The homeschooling has become, online teaching has become the pivotal, the backbone of the whole universe. We will restructure. We will employ our knowledge. We will make the online learning fruitful, successful, and useful to the society. That is another interesting which we have to concentrate. Research in the field of learning styles are to be concentrated, which are also equally important, which I have been always insisting. And with these few words, I would like to come on the tail end or end of my discussions. There are 2-3 items which I wanted to concentrate at this juncture. The number one is Sot Ganga. The Sot Ganga is one of the wonderful MHRD controlled the platform wherein which the university's examination section and all the controller of examinations are asked to upload their awarded PhDs. The Shodh Ganga, SHODH, the Shodh Ganga is the portal or the place where all the people can enter and see innumerable PhDs available, PhD thesis. It is the reservoir of PhD thesis. During the last 10 years, the Shodh Ganga has been incorporated and being used as the main source of research references. And this Shodh Ganga, as on April 30th, are having 3,07,000 theses uploaded. And Annamalai University has uploaded around 1,400 PhD theses in that. The top 3 universities are the first university, University of among the top universities, the University of Madras and Anna universities are second and third respectively. And there are many universities who have contributed a thesis to the Shodh Ganga, and you can refer the Shodh Ganga anytime, and you can utilize the various researches and research outputs there. Especially, I wanted to say pitfalls of educational researchers to end my discussions. What do you mean by pitfall? The defects in the educational research. Demand and supply is to be very categorically analyzed by all the educationists. I am an economist-based teacher educator. I would like to say one thing very importantly at this juncture. If your supply is going on increasing without considering the demand, it is absolutely waste. The society is in need of 1 lakh doctors. We are training only 90,000 doctors, means we are in shortage of 10,000 doctors. The demand and the supply must be compared. How many teachers are wanted for India? If 10 lakh teachers are wanted per year, you should not train 100 lakh teachers per year. 90 lakh teachers will be underemployed and unemployed and quarrel with one another and spoil the education system if they are entering into any other educational institutions, because the want is only 100. Please remember, the demand and supply is most important. Similarly, if you come to PhD, how many PhDs you need? What for PhDs need? This is the first pitfall. The research should not be given only for a degree sake. Nobel laureates are there. A researcher from Tokyo, a researcher from Sydney, a researcher from New York, a researcher from New Delhi. 4 persons are combining together, combined for the award of a Nobel Prize in chemistry. You please see this, how the 4 persons are joining together and are getting a Nobel Prize. This is real research. Compare what is research and what is real research. We should do, teachers should do. The teacher educators should concentrate on real researchers and not mere paper researchers. Not mere researchers of the paper publication researchers, and not mere researchers of degree for the award of the degree or for getting the promotions, the PhD degrees. The real research begins only after getting a PhD degree, I would like to say rather. I completed PhD degree in the year 1995-96. So I started doing the real research during the last 28 years and have been doing so far. Prior to 1995, I did only my research work or my PhD work from 1985 to 1995. I served, contributed and concentrated for more than 10 years to complete my PhD degree. Please remember, one should devote like that. I don't expect that you have to spend large or long years, but you must spend enormous effort. You must pour enormous effort. Researchers in creamy layer institutes in India are to be seen and to be visualized and to be modeled. They should be the model for you. 365 days, one should be in the laboratory. See, you take two different methods which we are adopting in educational researches. One is experimental research, another one is the survey research. What are the pitfalls behind experimental researchers and the survey researchers? You concentrate on that. You clarify with your guides and rectify the pitfalls. Most importantly, in survey researchers, many researchers and research guides are committing the errors. Yesterday also, the Gotharis are explained about the errors committed in the researchers, which I wanted to say. Then the need of the research is to be noted at this point. What is the need of the research? What is the urge? I would like to say in 4 different categories. Immediate need. When the government of India concentrates on education and formulation of the policies, the immediate objectives are to be formulated. What is my immediate need? My immediate need is a shelter, protection of the health, for which what I have to do in research, in education. How to protect my life, for which my education should be in India. My education is not to protect some other things. The lives of the nation should be protected by the education of the nation. The immediate urge. What immediately I want? Produce on oxygen, concentrate on the production of oxygen. At what foot manner you start now? You turn the educational institutions in such a way that we have to concentrate very fastly, quickly, and dump the finance into that, pour the finance into that, and do all the practices very fastly. Take a time of 4 weeks, 6 weeks, or 12 weeks. Very fastly you do that. Implement it. That is the policy makers to concentrate on immediate objectives. Then what are the objectives for next 5 years? Terminal, term objectives. Frame objectives are goals, research goals for next 5 years. What are needed for the next 5 years of India? What I need for the next 5 years? The first category of importance is immediate need. Then second is a term, 5-year term. I should concentrate on that. Then long-term objective, long-term education, universal peace, international understanding, national integration. All these things are a long-term. Our educational policies, our research policies must have all these things. Then what we can do for humankind, that is the 4th one. The immediate urge, the term urge, the long-term urge, then what we have to do for humankind. So our research must focus in these 4 directions. Otherwise, our researchers will be useless. We must focus on all these 4. Otherwise, it will be useless. India has only 140 researchers per 10 lakh population compared to 4,651 in the United States. Ranking of India in scientific publication, it ranks 3rd place in scientific publication. I would like to now compare United States of America and China. As far as the scientific paper publication, China is in a wonderful state. The United States is in wonderful state. The European countries are in excellent state. The Koreans, North Korea and South Korea are in excellent state, I would like to say, mention at this juncture. Now we have to concentrate on a number of papers published every year, research papers, from the research work which we have been doing. How many researches which we are doing? How many PhDs are coming out? From the PhDs, how this will be nationally useful, internationally attracted. That papers we have to publish, and it must reach all the places of the world. The Indian papers, the Annamalai University Department of Education research paper should knock the doors of Tokyo University. It should reach the places of United States. The Indian researchers must reach all the places of European countries. In one day, we can reach the first place in research publications and in research activities, which is not far away. One Dr. Babu is now requesting every one of you to organize wonderfully the immediate objectives and the term objectives, the long-term objectives and the humankind objectives. Now all of you come together and do something for the research, and thereafter you see how wonderfully the India will become for the whole world. The entire population will be thinking of, the Nobel laureates will be thinking of Indians, especially on researchers. Distribution of R&D institutions in India as on 2015, we have to concentrate. The public sector industry, 3%, higher education sector, 9%, central government 11%, state sector 19%, and private sector industry 58%. Now you see that the state sector 19 and central government sector 11% should be the thing to be concentrated. The state government and central government should concentrate and extend its activities with the financial support to all the people. At this juncture, I will even concentrate on economics of education and unit cost with a special reference to each research or each PhD degree as how it is completed. I don't want to enter into that. I wish that the researcher must concentrate on all these aspects is put together, realizing the importance of research in a country's economic growth. The NEP 2020 focus on strategies needed to promote research and innovation across all disciplines, promote interdisciplinary research through seeding, funding, coordinating, and monitoring research and innovation initiatives. Again, I would like to say, seeding without any prejudice, without any bias, without any percentage, without any norms. We have to give importance to the creamy layer, the knowledge, the richness of the brain power is to be given, and that is most important. Seeding, funding, coordinating, and monitoring research and innovation initiatives. The R&D will lead to creation of vibrant knowledge hub based on the principles of access, affordability, accountability, equity, and quality, providing an inclusive platform for its citizens to learn, contribute, and grow. This is most important. Quality research is very important. At this juncture, I would like to conclude. The thrust area of research of an individual is to be designed and determined so that the freedom of research is to be given. The freedom of research is to be given to individuals, guides, institutions, and all the authorities who are controlling the research activities in India and at the global level. Freedom of research. Otherwise, there will be a set pattern. And we will do search, we will research only what our forefathers have placed in the dictionaries or in the abstracts or in the list of abstracts or in the surveys. The surveys which are having 3,07,000 or some 5,000 in M.B. Buche survey 1, 2, 3, 4 or in 250 in Annamalai University abstracts of educational research. These are all the abstracts or the researchers that we have to keep as the model, and they are all only our predecessors, and we have to now think new, novel, emerge into novel ideas, emerge into new ideas for which the India and the government of Tamil Nadu should give pavement. The government of India and government of Tamil Nadu should pay for that. What I would like to say at this juncture, the regulations for funding, time, area, attendance, formalities, and the procedures must be very interestingly adapted and followed. When we do outreach, the outreach activities in the form of recommendations, implications, these things to be transparently and with accountability used by the policymakers, and the policymakers are expected to incorporate the resolutions, solutions, or results that are given in the researches or the research works in the name of PhD, MPhils, or in other names of the researchers in India. With these few words, I would like to conclude my lecture on the researchers in India, a prelude. I believe I have given only a less. I started with my teacher, Vivekananda. I am now ending with, once again, my teacher, Vivekananda, manifestation of perfection, which is existing in every human being, is education. Research must come from the perfect person. The research must emerge from perfection. The research must come out from the reality. Research is different from real research. We should come to the reality. The real research is the focus of the globe. In one word to say, the research must lead peace. Peace, universal peace must be the ultimate aim of research. Thank you, one and all. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me.
Thank you, sir. Now it is the time for thank our resource person. Actually, it gives me a pleasurable feelings to thank our resource person, Professor Dr. R. Babu sir, has nicely handled the session on educational researchers in India, a prelude. Professor, you have stressed upon one point related to education, that is sound mind from sound body. This is now we understood through your sound presentation. You are the best role model to that statement. The teaching and the research are as both the sides of coin, and our research must be honest and highly objective one. This is now once again proved by our Professor Dr. R. Babu sir through his excellent and mind-blowing presentation. Sir, you have clearly explained about all the essential aspects of the topic which is assigned to you, such as starting from education, what for education, M.B. Buche survey, area of research, latest areas of research, pitfalls in educational research, and last, the greatness of Indian research. You have explained all these things in an expository way. And you have really penetrated through all the minds of the participants, in which no any doubt at all. I believe that all the participants would have enjoyed and experienced your thought-provoking presentation. On this auspicious occasion, on behalf of Department of Education, Annamalai University, All India Association for Educational Research, and International Forum of Researchers in Education, and the participants, we wholeheartedly thank you, sir. With these words, I conclude my vote of thanks. Once again, thank you, one and all. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Manikvasagan.
Thank you, sir. Dear participants, now you can interact our resource person. If you have any doubt or clarification or questions, either you contact directly or put in chat box. It is easy for the resource person to interact and respond to all your questions.
Most welcome questions are expected from audience. My dear research scholars, my dear colleagues, my dear participants all over India, all over world, around 368 participants are attending. I'm extremely happy. This is a small chance given to me. I'm having only a little knowledge. From the little knowledge, I wanted to be what I would like to say, a true teacher. I wanted to be a true teacher to every one of you. I expressed my feelings. I expressed what I wanted. I have something in my dream. I have something as a dream in my mind. My India, my citizens, my world, my society. I have my own dream. And from that point of view, I expect questions from every one of you, if you are having any doubts or clarifications.
Sir, one participant raised one
Yes.
question.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Whose name is Manoj Kumar Devatwal. What he asked is, sir, can I took research on Vivekananda? Sir, can I took research on Vivekananda?
Yes, researches can be carried out on all the philosophers, Indian philosophers or Western philosophers. It is very well welcome. And mostly Gandhigram University or MS University Baroda or even our university, all these universities are very much welcome. And the students or the scholars can concentrate on the philosophers' researches.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manikvasagan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Any more questions?
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. P.N. Nataraj, former Professor, Department of Education, to introduce the guests, the next session speaker, Professor Balakrishnan Muniandi. Dr. P.N. sir, please.
Good afternoon to all the participants. I have great pleasure in introducing Professor Balakrishnan Muniandi, Head Center for Research and Innovation and Professor of Educational Technology, Bawasan Open University, Penang, Malaysia. Professor Balakrishnan has served in several capacities and has got rich academic, administrative, and research experience. 18 students have completed their PhD and more than 50 students have completed their master's degree by research under his supervision. His areas of research include educational technology, ICT in teacher education, research methods in instructional technology. He has completed 17 research projects. He is a member of several professional bodies. He is a recipient of 10 awards for his academic recognition and leadership. He served as a committee member in more than 20 international conferences. He served as a visiting lecturer, trainer, and also delivered inaugural and keynote addresses in several workshops and conferences. He is a member of the editorial board and reviewer of more than 25 journals. He is an adjudicator of PhD thesis for several universities like Uttara University, Malaysia, Putra University, Open University, Malaysia, University of Auckland, New Zealand, Priest Bharatidasan, Mother Teresa, Periyar, Annamalai in Tamil Nadu, besides being an assessor and evaluator for research grants. He has, to his credit, more than 145 publications comprising of journal articles, conference proceedings, book chapters, books, monographs, and theses, and he has presented papers in more than 35 conferences. With this brief introduction, let me kindly invite Professor Balakrishnan sir to deliver his lecture.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And before I begin, can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before I go on, I wish to give my pranams and my greetings to Professor V. Murugesan, the Vice Chancellor of Annamalai University, Professor R. Gnanadevan, Registrar of Annamalai University, Professor P. V. Selvam, the Dean, Faculty of Education, Professor Sunil Behari Mohanty, the President of AIAER, Professor Ram Babu, the Program Director and Head of Department of Education of Annamalai University, distinguished guests, fellow speakers and colleagues, faculty members, students, ladies and gentlemen. I also like to wish my thankfulness to Dr. Sai Leela for managing this presentation with me earlier by getting information from me and so on. So, and I also like to thank the organizing committee for accepting me and inviting and accepting me to be part of your conference. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a great opportunity to be here with all of you, although we are so far away and during this pandemic situation, there are over 300, almost 360 participants participating in various parts of the globe. Without we traveling to the venue of the conference, we stay at the comfort of our own places and we are able to interact. Thank you very much for the technology of today. Ladies and gentlemen, the title of my paper is aligned to the theme of this conference, which is addressing the quality concerns in educational research. My name is Balakrishnan. You can just call me Bala or Dr. Bala or Professor Bala, whichever is convenient to you. At the moment, I'm heading the Center for Research and Innovation at the Wawasan Open University. And my main job is managing all the research that's taking place in the university. So ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by this image from Steve Jobs. I'm sure all of you know who Steve Jobs is. He says quality is much better than quantity. One home run is much better than two doubles. This statement shows that how important this quality is. If you look at the literature on educational research, there are so many research, so much research. Where are all this research? You know, and I was very impressed by one of the statement by Professor Ram Ganesh in yesterday's presentation that most of the dissertations and most of the research in education field is resting or taking shelter in the shelves of the library. That means we have so much of research, and he pointed out how important it is for us to publish this research. It's not just doing research, but to publish. And we have to publish, in order to publish, to be accepted in journals, we need to make sure that our research is of high quality. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll be wondering, why is that? The fields such as medical sciences, space exploration, and areas related to war and all that, there's so much money is being spent. And every innovation or every research will come up with something new. Why is it always the field of education is always said to be lagging behind? And there's also some people are saying that education has not much changed. It is like a pendulum moving from left to right to left to right. We have really not moved forward. That's one of the view that we see. Why is that happening? So we need to think back at the quality of the research. Can every research bring about a change in the society? Can every research bring about some kind of change in the way education is conducted? Now, what I'm going to do is to present you an introduction of educational research very briefly, followed by what are some of the challenges in educational research. And then I'm going to talk about quality concerns of educational research. And finally, or not finally the major part of my presentation will be to present you 10-point quality concerns that we can undertake to ensure that research is of high quality. First of all, we must know that education itself is a very, very broad field. It's not a very focused, but it is very widespread. It encompasses many areas. And education research can be conducted in many subfields. There are many subfields. Education is not one field. There are many areas of educational research. Hence, its areas of study, research are also very, very broad. Now, let's look at some of the educational research areas. Prof. Ram Babu has pointed out various, this is also included in some of his presentation, that we can do educational research in areas related to philosophical foundations of education. Somebody wanted to do research on Vivekananda or any other philosopher. So that comes under the purview of philosophical foundation of education. Some people might be wanting to do research in the sociology of education or in educational psychology or learner and learning. This is a very important field. We do research on the learner and also about the process of learning. And of course, there's also an area of research called teacher education. We have educational technology. We have educational planning and administration. We have curriculum development. And also we have research about research in education. A lot of people are doing many kind of research to find out what are the types of research. What are the problems of research in the field of education? And we have economics of education. We have evaluation and measurement. We have early childhood education. We have elementary education. We have secondary education. We have higher education. We have vocational education. We have adult education. We have distance education. We have values education, professional education, language education, and educational policy and project. And added on to that, we have health education. We have peace education, human rights education, consumer education, minority education, women's education, inclusive education. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the number of areas that is under the umbrella term of educational research. So, what we can do is that we can focus on one or two of these areas, go deeper into each of these areas, and go into the cutting edge. What's the latest that is in this area? For example, if you're doing research on peace education, the world has talked so much about peace. The world has come up with so many Nobel Prizes, so many innovations and all that. But is there peace in this world? Maybe you're really interested in the area of peace education. You want to delve further of coming up to a situation. How do you go about? Maybe you would do some kind of a new intervention to see what can bring peace. This is very important. This is very important area. Similarly, every other area is important. So those people who are interested in these areas can go into any one of these areas. Next, ladies and gentlemen, if we are looking at research on learning, learning is one of the most important thing in life, because why have all kind of facilities and all kind of experts in the field if you're not researching on the process of learning itself? Now, we know that, we have so many terms in the fields of learning. Right from A to Z, we have some terms, some new branding of learning. A for authentic learning, B for blended learning, C for constructivist learning, D for didactic learning, E for e-learning, F for flipped learning, G maybe game-based learning, H or holistic learning. So, ladies and gentlemen, we can go on until Z. Maybe we have Zoom learning right now, or schools are not using learning through Zoom. What are the research that you get? Okay, so we can see that every alphabet, there is some branding related to learning. Is this a kind of fad? Are we pouring the old whiskey in a new bottle? So this is something that we can look into, and one of my interests in education research is one of the area of learning itself. Why do students learn? What does it happen? What happens when students are learning, and so on? So this is another area you all can look into about learning itself, because research about learning is going to move the field of learning, and this process of learning is going to change. in different areas, different time eras, the type of learning, the problems encountered by learning changes from time to time. So this is an. So before that, I liked. Oh, it's going back. Okay, let me ask you one question, ladies and gentlemen. If I were to ask you a question, where does learning takes place? Where does learning takes place? Is it A in school, or B at home, or is it at the library? Is it in our environment, or none of the above? Do you think any one of you can respond to this? Is it possible to unmute somebody and answer this question? Is it possible?
In our environment, sir?
In our environment. That's right. Thank you very much for your answer. Is any other answers that you like to give? Anybody else? Where does learning takes place? No answer. Anybody else like to try? Okay, Anisha, you raised your hand. You like to answer?
JP sir,
Yes.
please unmute her.
Where's Anusha? Okay, let's hear from Anisha. Wait a minute. Okay, Anisha, can you answer this question?
Sir, I think, yeah, sir, I think none of the above. It could be in our mind.
Wonderful. Okay. All right.
Learning takes place in our mind.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think you got it right, Anisha. Thank you. Congratulations. Let us see the next slide. Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right by saying that learning actually takes place not in the environment, not at home, not in the library, but it happens in the mind, in the brain. So one of these areas that we can do research on, how does this learning happen? Why is that it happens so well in some of the heads? Why is it not happening in some other heads? Why is it happening so well in some heads? Why is it not happening so fast in somebody? There was a book published in the year 2000 by the National Research Council in US. How people learn, and they talk about, or they do research on how is it, what happens in the brain when somebody learns, and so on. Okay, so now that's something that we can think about research and how to do more research in the area of learning. So we basically, when we look at the factors influencing education, some factors can be external factors. We talk about, socio-economic background. People from better economic background will learn better. Is that so? There are also cases of people from not so good socio-economic background, but they're excelling in education. Could be external factors such as educational system. Why is that some countries are producing better researchers or better, but every country produces great minds. We cannot say that an education system in one country is better than the other country, when in every country there are excellent people. So is that really the external factor? Or why you say some culture is better in learning? No, I don't think so, because in every culture people can learn. And is it nurture? The problem of nurturing somebody, if you take care of somebody very well, you provide all the necessary things, the child will study well? Not necessarily so, because there are children who are given so much and yet they give out so little. And there are children who are not nurtured so well. Children who are living with very little money or with little things in life, and yet they can excel. So we need to rethink about these external factors. Could be there are internal factors also accommodating learning, which could be the mental health of the child or the internal learning processes. What kind of learning process is happening, or what is the intrinsic motivation, or is it the nature? When you talk about the nature of that person, the gunas, the very nature of that person. So these are some of the things that we can look into when we do research on learning. Okay, now we come to these 10-point quality concerns that I want to present to you. What I've presented thus far is just an introduction of the whole process of research and what areas of research are available and things like that. Now, when we talk about 10-point quality concerns in education, the first point I want to stress to you is the quality of research problem. There are a lot of research out there, but one of the most important things, what leads you to do the research? What is the problem? Every research is aimed at providing solution to some pressing problems. What is the pressing problem now? Of course, we'll not find an answer to a problem that existed 20 years ago or 10 years ago. So the quality of research problem is number one quality that you have to look, because every research is driven by research problem. So the first thing I would look at is the problem that you're going to research is a present problem, is a current problem, is a pressing problem? Then you have to look whether is the problem worth studying. It is the most problem to study, or am I just doing research for the sake of doing research? So we need to look at the problem that's worth studying, and what in looking at the problem we need to know what we already know about this problem. There is no point doing research that we already know about it. We need to do research on what we do not know about the problem, what has not been adequately answered in previous research. That's the research that we want to undertake. What do we want to know about this problem? So that should be number one quality concern that I'm trying to provide to you, is that the quality of research problem. This can be students embarking on their master's studies, or PhD students, or any faculty members embarking on any research. The number one thing is to look at the quality of research problem. If you have a quality of research problem is good, because research problem is what drives the research forward. The next thing is to look at the quality of research questions. We know that research is a very systematic way of answering the research questions that we have put forth. So look at the quality of the research questions. There are cases, some of the research questions are not even understandable to the researcher. What else it will be to the one who is going to read? So a good research question should be clear. By reading the questions, the reader or the researcher himself know what is it that he wants to research on. Number two, it must be feasible. It is researchable. It is not just a question that can be researched. Number three, it should be a significant research and important. Sometimes you say it's a need. Why do we need such study? What is the rationale for this study? How is the problem? Is the problem significant to study? That's number three. And the research question should also be an ethical question. It should not be something that should not be researched. It must take into consideration the feeling or the psychological impact on other people. So number two is the quality of research questions that we should look at. Next, we have talked earlier yesterday, Professor Ravi also talked about the quality of literature review. I had the opportunity to follow that as well. The quality of literature review is very, very important. There are some students who write literature review, one literature, a summary of it, and then move on to next. It is just a deposition of a summary of literature review. A literature review must be very comprehensive and exhaustive literature review. It must be an integrated review. It must be selective and focused on your area. Every literature selected must be on the focus area of the study. And like Prof. I think Kothari mentioned about the use of primary sources as far as possible. This is very important. We can use secondary sources if you are unable to find the primary sources, but the most important is to use primary sources for your literature. And you have to use a variety of resources. There is a trend for some people to use literature mostly from the websites. Then it's not a bibliography, it's a bibliography, So you need to use multiple resources, and you have to use up-to-date literature. Because now they say knowledge doubles every 18 months. This I heard a few years ago. that our knowledge doubles every 18 months. Maybe now our knowledge doubles every month, every month, we do not know. And you have to use multiple sources of literature, from book, from encyclopedia, from handbook, from journal articles, from primary source, secondary source, websites, and other resources and all that. And the literature review must be a critique rather than report or duplicate what has been said before. You have to say that this literature, you may not agree with that literature, you can be critiqued. And then you support. Why do you disagree with certain literature, certain finding and all that? And then you also have to avoid plagiarism. There is a lot of plagiarism in today's digital world. You know, people that they tend to take sentences, taking the whole sentence is also plagiarism. So this is very critical to avoid plagiarism, because these are some of the things that they look into even when you want to publish your articles and things like that. So the quality of literature review is number 3. Number 4 is the quality of research methodology. So the method you select is dependent upon your research problem, and then the research objective, and how you answer the research question using that method, and whether you have used the hypothesis if you are using hypothesis. So using the right method to find answer to your research question is very important. And then research is data intensive. You have to get data to answer your research question. So data intensiveness and statistically valid research, I think Prof. Kothari talked a lot about how important statistics to be used properly, and what is statistics, what is parameter, and things like that, and how important is for you to define the sample and population of the study. So that is also, I do not want to repeat what Prof. Kothari has spoken about yesterday. So this is another thing that we have to look into to make sure there is a research of quality. And having collected the data, you have to analyze. There are many ways of analyzing. And the analysis also depends on the type of data. Your data is ordinal data, is it nominal data, is it an interval data, or is a ratio data? There are 4 types of data. So if you look at statistics books, they say for this kind of data, this kind of analysis. And so it's very, so some quality must be there on the research methodology, and you have to ensure the validity. Validity is the instrument that you use are valid to be used, is measuring what is supposed to be used, and it is reliable to be used. Reliable to be used means if you use again, you can get the same results again. And another thing important in ensuring the quality of research methodology is to ensure the generalizability of the study. If it is a quantitative study, you want to generalize. But if it is a qualitative study, you need to ensure the contextuality of the study. The study of a certain phenomenon specific to that context is important to be ensured. The number 5 quality that I would like to put forward here is your quality of research finding. You may have all the quality problems and all that, then when it comes to findings, it didn't translate, from your data and then to the research findings. So the findings are aligned to the research questions. This is very, very important. The findings must be aligned to the research questions or the research objectives. Number 2, the findings are systematically and clearly presented, supported by relevant tables and all that. And are the findings reported accurately? Is it objectively reported? Is there a summary of key findings at the end of chapter 4? Or, you have a summary for quick reading in a very summarized form. So these are some of the things that you can look into if you are trying to look at the quality of research findings. Next is the quality of discussion. Following the findings, there's a discussion. The findings are discussed in the light of literature. The discussion here is done by looking at the findings that you get from the research and then relating them to the existing literature. Whether your findings, the researcher's finding, is something new and something different from other researchers, or is it confirming other researchers? is similar to other studies, or is it completely different? So this is something that in the discussion sections need to be done appropriately. And the discussion whether the findings are supportive of previous findings, different from previous findings, or is it all a groundbreaking new finding? Number 7, now having got the findings, having got the quality of recommendation, now we look at the what are the quality of recommendations. So the study, having completed the findings and all that, must be able to recommend. So from this finding, what can be recommended in order to improve the present practice? Or what can be recommended in order to improve the present policies? So it should be recommended. There must be recommendations. One recommendation is to what is the recommendation to practice or policy. The other one is recommendation of future research. So in this research, you have found these findings. So what do you recommend? What else can be researched in this area? So this will be useful for aspiring new researchers to look at other studies, what other people have done, and what other people have proposed to be done. This is a very good area for students to look back into recommendations for future research in their thesis and all that, in order to come up with some problem. Because they have already done the study and they recommended that certain future studies can be undertaken. So this is one area where students can look at it before they start doing some research. Because very often, when I've asked some of the graduate students, what study do you want to do? They will be thinking up and down. It's something not to be looked here and there, but it is looked at what research has been done, what recommendation has been given in previous research to be done. So that can be an avenue to look at for aspiring new researchers. Number 8, the thesis is actually a book, right? You have from chapter 1 to chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5, and so on. Of course, it consists of writing. So a thesis, we are writing a thesis. So when you're writing a thesis, we have to ensure the thesis is readable, is clearly and concisely written. Honestly, I always advise my graduate students, you may be clear. You have been going through thesis so many times. So many years you have been writing the thesis, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. It is clear to you. But will it be clear to the examiner who is going to read the thesis? Will it be clear to the people who are going to read the thesis? So that you have to make sure that the thesis is readable. It's clear. It's concisely written. The next one is you are addressing the findings for the intended group. Later you must make sure that you are actually doing the research to improve certain area. And definitely these research findings will benefit a certain intended group. If you're doing research in teacher education, definitely people in the teaching profession will be looking for it. So you have to make sure that you are writing for that group of people. Third thing that we have to know that all of us write. Every one of us write. We may write in WhatsApp, we may write a website, we may write a letter, we may write a short note, we may write in the blackboard. Everybody writes. But writing is a very difficult process. If you ask somebody who is not good in writing, okay, please write 3 pages on this topic, it will take a long time, unless it's a very seasoned writer, so he'll write it. So scholarly writing is research writing is different, very specific, very technical way writing. Despite technicality of it, it must be clear and concise. Okay? Then there must be element of coherence, logically, orderly, flowing, linking between words to sentence to paragraphs. I always tell my graduate students, the thesis is made up of alphabets, A to Z. And the thesis is made up of words. And few words become a sentence. A few sentences becomes a paragraph. A few paragraphs become a page. And a few pages become a chapter. And a few chapters become a thesis. So I said if your thesis has got 300 pages and you write 1 page a day, you can finish your thesis in 300 days. And the rest of the days was thinking about writing the thesis. I said, okay, if you cannot write 1 page a day, you write half a page a day, and in 600 days, which is less than 2 years, you would have finished writing that 300 page of thesis. So this is just to make them feel that by writing a little at a time consistently, and if you have mastered the art of writing well over time, you will be able to write well. The next thing is that the quality concern is also about the formal writing, avoiding colloquialism. We don't use jargon, we don't use slang in scholarly writing. Then, of course, we have to ensure the objectivity and the credibility of the scholar. Because as a researcher, you need to have high level of credibility. There's no element of trust anymore because you have to be a trustworthy person to be a researcher. Because research is about finding the truth. And you have to look at the rationality. When writing a thesis or research material, you are a neutral person. You don't make judgment. You do not say the people in this organization is not good. Don't be judgmental. You just report what you see, what you hear from them, what answer you get from your questions. Okay, so the writing has to include the element of rationality, neutrality, impersonal, and be reasonable. Next, ladies and gentlemen, is the quality of publications. Now, having done your thesis or having done your research, what worth it is if you're not sending it to the next level of publications? There are thousands and thousands of journals that you can publish. So you have to choose the right journal. If you are doing research in teacher education, you have to choose journals related to teacher education. If you are doing research on early childhood, then you have to choose journals from the thousands of journals from the directory of data of open access journal. There are so many databases of journals. So choose the journals in your area of research. If it is educational technology, you may choose British Journal of Education Technology, Asian Journal of Education Technology, or Indian Journal of Education Technology. So you can choose that. And then make sure that you publish in reputed and indexed journals. Let's see, you publish an article from your thesis or dissertation in a very reputed and indexed journal. That reflects the quality of your thesis. Publish in national. Okay, one of the things that I really like to share with you that we cannot change the world from the beginning. First, we change our locality. We do research in our state. We do research nationally. And then we try to change the world. So I always tell my students that publish in national journals because the problems of education of a particular area is in our country. It is pointless if somebody in New Zealand reads about preschools in my country. So first you publish unless you're creating some international aspects that need to be shared in an international journals, then you go for an international journal. Of course, we start from national journal. We may even start from a state journal. We then move on to national journal, and then we move on to international journals, and then we move on to tier 1, tier 4, tier 3, tier 2, and impact factor journals. So there will be a slow transformation of you, but you start publishing. Don't give up hope. Start publishing at the college level, at the university level. Start writing for publications at the college and university level. Then you go on to the state level, you go in national level, then you go international level. And ladies and gentlemen, we have to make sure that today's world, everybody wants to make money. At all costs, avoid predator journals. There are journals charging thousands of dollars to publish in the journal. And surprisingly, the very good journals, you don't have to pay money for them. Okay? So some journals, they claim that they're Scopus, they're Web of Science Index, and so on. But please make sure that you do not publish in predator journals because that will reflect the quality of our research. So actually, those students who have finished your master's or PhD, actually, several articles can be published from a single thesis. So students, you can work with your guide, work together, co-publish the article. The lecturers or the guide and other committee members who directly help in the thesis can work together to publish. And number 10, ladies and gentlemen, is the quality of ethical issues and consideration. Ethical issues are very important, and of course, you have to look at the quality of the ethical issues that you consider. Number one is the trustworthiness. We must be trusted. As researchers, we must know that I am a researcher. I am doing this research to contribute to knowledge. And I'm contributing to move the field which I'm in forward. In other words, I must uphold the truth. We cannot have a lying researcher. That is very, very unethical. When we are doing research, we must uphold the truth. We want to produce the truth. This is the satyagraha of doing research. We cannot lie in doing research. Of course, I've read a book called How to Lie with Statistics. Yes, there are ways to lie using statistics, but that is very, very unethical. Then, of course, when doing research, we have to make sure that informed consent are obtained. These participants or the samples of the study are voluntary in participation. You have to ensure that the confidentiality of their participation, whatever they have answered, will be withheld by the researcher. It shall not be exposed to anyone. And of course, you have to look at the ethical issues in data collection. When you access to research site, you cannot just go to the site. You have to go and get permission from the people at the site to get the data. You also have to get permission from the people who are getting data. They are voluntary in participation. At any time, they can stop participation in research and so on. And also the way we record data, we have to be very ethical. When you want to videotape or you want to record something, you have to ask the permission of that person. Then when reporting research findings, we have to be honest and objective. And when writing up the research, we have to be unbiased and non-discriminatory language. And at all costs, we avoid plagiarism. This is the 10th quality which is related to ethical issues, which I like to share with you. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that the 10 quality concerns that I like to expound and share with you in this short presentation is: number one, make sure you have the quality of research problems. Number two, you have the quality of the research questions. Number three, you ensure the quality of literature review. And you have a quality of research findings, number five. Number six is the quality of discussion. Number seven, quality of recommendations. Number eight, quality of writing. Number nine, quality of publication. And number 10, quality of ethical consideration. So thank you very much. And I have given below here my email address. Feel free to drop me an email. I can share with you this PowerPoint. It is balaptpm@gmail.com. This is my Malaysian handphone number, 6012-462-4356. Please feel free to share with me, and if you have any questions further, you can ask me, or any advice, or it's all free advice. You know, if you need anything that you want to know, that you want to do some research and all that, feel free to share with me. After all, our knowledge is to be shared to others.
Good evening, Professor Balakrishnan. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm Revati from South India, Chennai.
Okay.
This is regarding the in-text citation, which we ask our research scholars to present in the first chapter for supporting their research arguments. We always find that the students are not able to provide proper in-text citation. So what would you advise? Because to strengthen our thesis, we need to provide in-text citation. We need to quote few authors or few research findings. But we find that students are not able to actually present it in the first chapter or even in the discussion. So what would you suggest?
Thank you very much, Dr. Revati from Chennai,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
I agree with you. Students worldwide, students worldwide, it's not only in India, even in Malaysia, they have this problem of reading, I used to give them a number of theses downloaded from dissertation directories and all that, to not to copy, but to look at how a thesis looks like, how a thesis, overall thesis looks like. And if you look at some of these theses, a finished thesis, like you want to bake a cake, you have a picture of the finished product, So I let them look at some of the full dissertation that has been completed, to look at how the flow is and how it's and all that. But they rarely read, that's a problem with them of reading. So what I do is actually, I used to give them a lot of books, there are a lot of free books available, how to go about doing thesis, writing a thesis and all that. So when it comes to reading, yesterday I think Prof. Ravi talks a lot about literature review itself. So I would advise, let's say, if I'm doing research, say in peace education, or I'm doing some research in early childhood education. So first of all, if I'm doing research on early childhood education, I have to have an idea about research in this area. So I used to give them some sample journals, where there are articles published on early childhood. Let them look at the way articles. It's better to look at articles, because in research articles there are literature that the way they write, the way they cite and all that. So when coming to cite, you have to cite, first thing is relevant literature related to your study. Number two, you have to cite recent findings. So by journals, they have like the latest 4 journals. So that is another source that they can look. Then when they zoom into the actual write-up of the journal, see there's some lines there, and then it's bracketed, say like Revati 2021, semicolon, say Jonathan, second truth. So in that citation, you have three people, three authors from three sources. That means that finding, that statement that they wrote is neither from any one of these sources, but is a summarized from the researcher itself. There's these three people also talk about it. So, Dr. Revati, I think Dr. Revati Viswanathan, I think the best way is to, okay, if a child, if a student wants to do something on early childhood, get the latest journal article on early childhood and let him read that article first before he read the whole thing. One article. I've tried this, Dr. Revati, with some students. I tried to find 3 articles for them to go and read this area. Because first of all, they say, okay, I'll ask them which area you want to do study. Say, I want to do something on education. I say, it's very wide area. Now you have to focus slowly. Okay, these are the areas of education. Say, okay, sir, I like to study about peace education. Okay, why you like to study on peace education? Okay, because the world is in pieces now. I want to piece them together so the world is peaceful. Okay, I'll find some journals where they talk about research on peace. So when they read 3 articles, really they read, and they're reading something that they like. You see, Dr. Revati, if I like something, I will really spend time doing it. So the student, first of all, has to find their passion, their area, the specific area that they want to do research on. Then you give them the article. I think there's a great possibility that they'll look at it. That's one of the suggestions, Dr. Revati.
Yeah, that was really nice of you to explain so much as to how you have to take your students along, right? When it comes to writing. Thank you so much, Professor Balakrishnan.
You are very welcome, Dr. Revati.
Thank you.
Is there any other person who would like to ask any questions?
Dr. Balamuniandi?
Yes, Dr. Rambabu, Professor Rambabu.
Very nice, very glad to listen to you, Professor. You please tell about the plagiarism.
Okay. Plagiarism is, in today's world, I always, I always tell that once upon a time, we were in the world of scarcity. It's so difficult to get one or two journal articles. But today we are living in the world of abundance. So we have moved from scarcity to abundance. You can talk about anything. There's so much in today's world. No student can come back, sir, I cannot find anything in this area. Because there's so much. So when there's so much there, what some students will start doing is that, oh, I can take this, I can take this. And they have this concoction, is they take from here and piece, and they use this dirty word, cut and paste, which I don't like to be used. We can cut and paste in some document that we ourselves are doing, but cutting and pasting from some other's work is like stealing somebody's intellectual property. That's why I say plagiarism is the greatest step, because somebody has thought about it and have written it and copyrighted, and we take it as that. So even if you take one sentence continuously, you have taken somebody's whole sentence. But I always tell them, you read them, think about it, and write them. Write what? So when I read something, when I think about it and write, it will never be the same, because I will be constructing the knowledge based on my previous knowledge. It's constructivism. So that is one thing. But another form of plagiarism is, he would have submitted article somewhere and he take part of it, also submit in another place. This is also plagiarism, which is known as self-plagiarism. So that is also not good. So essentially, Prof. Babu, plagiarism is copying somebody's work. It's an intellectual theft. So which
Dr. Bala,
yeah.
I have two doubts in this concept plagiarism.
Yes.
One is, if I am doing any work that is my intellectual property, as you just now mentioned.
Yes.
If I do plagiarism without knowing, do you say that this is a sin? Myself and Bala should not think alike.
Well, you see, if when you say that without you knowing, that means you are not taking another document and writing from there, or you're not copying there and pasting. You may have written something like 15 years ago and you're writing about it now. I will definitely tell you that document that you write later will never be the same as before. It might be even better than the one you wrote before, because we are actually evolving to better and better and better ourselves. Our knowledge would have become better. So thinking about it is not plagiarism, sir, but looking and copying or cutting and pasting is plagiarism.
But nowadays, Professor, even I am scared to write or use my own thoughts, which were used some 15 years or 20 years or 100 years back in somewhere else.
Yes.
And I would like to mention Sarvapalli Dr. Radhakrishnan, the former president of India.
Okay.
Whose writings were also commented in those days.
Yes.
That were copied or that were slightly resembling the ideas of some other philosopher or something like that.
Yes.
So I am scared and worried. In the name of plagiarism, the intellectual concept, if is restricted, is it not an injustice to the real thinker?
I think I get the point what you say. Okay, now,
yes.
See, sometimes there is a saying that great minds think alike. Great minds think alike. Sometimes I think you will agree with me, Prof. Ram Babu, that you would have written something and later realize that your writing is in line with Vivekananda. I will definitely won't say that you have plagiarized Vivekananda, because as the saying goes, great minds think alike. Prof. Babu, in my own concept of mind, we are actually one big mind. This is going into the esoteric metaphysical world. There is no division of mind. There is one big mind. But we have limited and separated ourselves by saying Prof. Ram Babu is different from Balakrishnan. So our mind is actually one connected whole, but limited by physicality. So you see, that's why I think the saying comes that great minds think alike. So if Ram Babu has written something, I will definitely think that somebody else would have thought about it. Or you yourself would have said, hey, I thought about it, How come you are thinking about it? So without our knowing, I personally believe that we have one big mind interacting with each other. But what we are talking here is about somebody voluntarily taking something and taking advantage of the Microsoft Word, because the Microsoft Word has the capacity to cut something out and paste something somewhere. So that is what I think is not to be done. It's like if students voluntarily take something, the whole thing and put it there and they assemble it, that is plagiarism. About, of course, what you proposed just now is the one big mind and great minds think alike.
Yes, I strongly believe, Professor Bala, we all are the sons of Socrates.
Yeah. Yeah, only that we are not aware of it.
Yes, yes. New thoughts cannot emerge.
Yeah, very often I think we do not who. That's why I've read too many books about who I am, and finally I discovered more or less that at first I discovered I'm part of the universe. Later I realized I am the universe.
Yes, I agree. And I go online with you, Professor.
Very nice talking to you. I hope there is any other question. It's 7 o'clock now. I think
It's
my
over.
time is up.
Sir, one more question.
Sure.
Sir, you have given 10 points quality concerns.
Yeah.
So in that, there is one point, the quality of discussion.
Yes.
So where we used to write whether our findings are in support of the findings of the previous studies.
Yes.
And we are writing our findings which are not in support of the findings of the previous studies also.
Yes.
So in that case, the findings which are not in support of the findings of the previous studies,
Yeah.
how we can present,
Okay.
how we can write the discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I got your question. Is Dr. Nadaraj, is it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
That's right.
Okay. You see, the goal of research is to find new knowledge. The goal of research is to find something new. That's why we embark on a research. If we already have the knowledge, there is no point doing a research. That's why I say research. We are searching again because the previous knowledge is no more useful to solve the present day problem. So we are doing research. When we do the research, the findings, sometimes the findings is still the same as the findings before. That means our study confirmed the previous study and says that this is the finding because my finding is also similar to other studies that I've done. But on the other hand, if your findings is not consistent with the previous studies, your finding is something new, then you have opened up new grounds. Then you are actually coming up with new finding. That is commendable to me because if you're doing confirmatory research, that means you're doing research just to confirm other people's findings. Where is our new findings? Because our idea is to move forward to new things. Because if you look at the past history of research, things have been changing, new research have to be taken. That's why research for knowledge. Research for knowledge. Found new findings. New findings will lead to new practices. That's why, sir, Dr. Nadaraj,
Yes,
well,
sir.
one is some study. In
that
Yes,
case, have we to give justification for that?
you don't have to because you have used, probably you'll use a different sample altogether. Previous study, they found may use a different sample. It was at a different time. It was at a different implementation of different types of learning or whatever it is. And now you're using, it's justified. Of course, at the YY, you said, oh, previous findings say this, but you said this. That is where you have to put your feet right, saying that this is my new finding. This is new finding because I use new samples. It is so that the old finding may be similar to a different group of people. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe is write for different people from different part of the country or different part of the world. So now, probably now you're doing a duplicate study. You know, they also do duplication study. People have studied that in different country, but you are now doing it using similar type of sample in your country to find out whether the same finding is achievable what others found in other countries, because we cannot use findings from another country to apply in our own country.
Yes.
Thus, we have to do another study to duplicate what they have done so that we can apply it in our country. That's my view, Dr. Nadaraj.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
So
Madam,
if, yes,
any more
so
questions from the participants?
somebody raised their hands. Two people seems to
Yes,
have raised
yes,
their hands.
please. Your question, please.
Good evening, sir. I am Bilomi Raja, Research Scholar of Studies.
Okay,
Hello.
Rahul. Yes,
Can I
yes.
post my question?
Sure.
So, how to identify predictory journal? Because most of the journals they are asking for payment for publishing paper. How to identify those journals for publication?
You see, it's thank you very much, Rahul Regi. You are registered under Rahul Regi, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good evening. Okay, thank you very much. See, predator journals are like thieves, you know, we do not know who is going to come and thief, but you have to go to the, some of the journals look like authentic journals. They look like authentic journals. They even have impact factor and all that. You must also understand what is impact factor. It's based on the citations. So you have to do some reading to find out what is the impact factor, and also look into the databases of certain researchers whether these journals are listed there. You know, it's sad, you know, it's sad that people are trying to make business out of our hard work, and and we have fallen prey to these uh, thieves, you know, who make use of our hard-earned research and make money. Even the researcher don't get that much of money, right or not, Rahul Regi? You do research and you're paying a few thousand rupees to publish your work, and that person get the money for not doing research but just taking your work and assembling them together in an online journal, things like that. So there are ways. You have a very good question. You have really have to go to the website, because these predator journals, they even have websites. It's very challenging. So try to go to, like Prof. Ram Ganesh was talking about, is the Elsevier journals, Thomson journals, you know, all these directories and all that. You look into them and look at that journals. Usually these predator journals will try to reach you. They know you are an academician. You know, you get email in your inbox inviting you to come and publish in my journals. Usually very good journals, it is we will be begging them, you know, say, I want to publish in your article. They say no, they can even find out that, Rahul Ragi, I see that you have presented a paper at a particular conference, and I invite you to publish that article in my journal, in our journal, and things like that. So please be suspicious about this, and then go and find out more about the journal, whether they're listed under any databases which can be trusted. So please be careful.
And the recent days they are talking about this cloned journal, because that web link seems very similar. Even in UGC CARE, the journal was listed. When I referred for publication, it was listed. But later, after some 2 months later, I found it is cloned journal.
Yes, ma'am.
After that, only UGC website itself.
Yes, you're
cloned journal.
absolutely right. You're absolutely right. This is what the cyber thieves are doing. Even they're cloning the banks, you know, the online payment and all that. Now there will be a lot of thieves, you know, coming up on. That's why that's one of the area, Regi. You can look at cyber security, you know, research on cyber security and all that, which is a very good area to do research now, because one of my students have studied on this area, how people are cheated and all that. You know what is sad for me, Rahul Regi? That we are academicians, we are the educated ones, and there are people who can come and cheat us. And I feel very angry about it, because if they can cheat educators, who else they cannot cheat? The learned get cheated. So I agree, completely agree with you that they clone, you know, and even the websites, they look very similar to the real website. You have to look and then find out who is the chief editor of the journal. send an email to the chief editor and communicate with them. I mean, what's good about this digital world is that it's so easy to find email and then send it to them and then communicate with them. Please communicate. Don't just take it, like from the websites, or this must be a good journal and all that. So please be very careful, Rahul Regi.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Sir, one more question from Nataraj.
Sure. Dr. Nataraj?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, while writing the thesis, we are writing educational implications.
Yes.
And actually, what should find a place?
Yeah, implementation. I understand, because some people put recommendation and implementation.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, because you recommend, because you see some of these findings, they can be implemented, like for example, they say that this kind of curriculum is suitable for the 21st century students. So having found that, then you may say that, so the government should try to implement it in the new curriculum, things like that. So how your findings, the implementations or recommendation must be based on the research findings, not just out of blue, but based on the findings. Your findings say that this is very good. If it is very good, then you suggest this aspect should be implemented by the government in the policy and things like that. So it's some kind of a recommendation for implementation. Just now, Dr. Nataraja, I said recommendation of future research, recommendation for policy, recommendation for implementation. You can also include that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So on the basis of the findings, we are writing the recommendations. But what about the implications of the study?
The implication of the study, implication is what will happen if they do it, Then you could probably say, if the government implement this, the implication is that the students will be able to perform better, because your research has shown that by doing a certain intervention, the implication is good. So you say that if the government implement that, or if the authorities implement that, then the implications will be student will be performing better in higher order thinking skills or something like that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Any more questions? Okay, sir, let me thank Professor Balakrishnan, sir, for his wonderful lecture in detail on addressing quality concerns in educational research. He has given a list of areas which students, new entrants can look into. What is their area of interest? For that, he has given a list of areas of educational research, and he said about A to Z of learning: authentic learning, blended learning, constructivist, didactic, e-learning, flip, Zoom learning, everything. And he has also given what are the factors that influence educational research. And finally, he has given 10 points of quality concerns regarding quality of research questions, quality of literature, quality of research methodology, quality of research finding, quality of discussion, recommendation, quality of writing, publication, and ethical issues. Really, I think all the participants would have immensely benefited and by his wonderful lecture. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I deem it a privilege to introduce Professor Rekha Kaul, the next speaker. Professor Rekha Kaul, Dean Faculty of Humanities at STEM Research Group, School of Education, Curtin University, Australia. She has 3 decades of teaching and research experience. Her areas of interest are development, refinement, and validation of questionnaires, investigation of the effects of classroom environment on student outcomes, evaluation of educational programs, teacher action, research aimed at improving the environments, and evaluation of curriculum. She has received many research grants and to the value of over $1 million from state, national, and international level. She has delivered many keynote addresses and has conducted several teacher professional learning workshops. She was the elected chair of the Jumki Bas Scholarship Center in Indonesia and is the chair of the Learning Environment SIG ERA. Madam, on behalf of Annamalai University Department of Education, a warm welcome to you. Your presence here on this occasion is an honor to us. I request you, Madam, to speak on paradigms and quality standards in educational research. The platform is yours, Madam.
Thank you. I'll share my screen. Is my screen visible to you?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, let me thank you, the organizing committee, Professor Mohanty and Professor Babu, who invited me to this forum. Secondly, it's a great occasion for Annamalai University that they have come up with a topic of seminar which is very timely, because with the start of this new educational policy of India in 2020, which is focusing on research and quality research to increase the standards and ratings of Indian educational university, it's imperative for us to improve our educational standards or research standards. I've been from yesterday off and on attending few sessions, and I think my presentation is apt, where I'm not going in the theory of educational research and theory of how we can improve our research. I'm coming up with a case study based on, I would call it a directive from Professor Babu, who said, talk about something which is relevant to current COVID times. Although to start with, I was thinking of talking about the paradigms, but now I have interwoven it with something which can be done in the COVID times. As you would know, I am from Curtin University, which is we have campuses in Curtin University is in Western Australia, Perth. We have campuses in Dubai, Malaysia, Mauritius, and Singapore. And in near future, probably later this year, we will be having a campus in Sri Lanka as well. Before I start, I thought it would be good for me to introduce myself. My early life, I was born and brought up in Kashmir, India. So I have a great affiliation with India. My research work, lots of research is based in India and working with Indian teachers. So I'm not an outsider, though I have an outsider and insider, that dichotomous relationship with India. My education was done in India. I started working in India, and only my PhD is from Curtin University. And my current role, as I was introduced, I'm currently Dean International for Faculty of Humanities at Curtin University. And at the same time, I have an academic role in School of Education. And keeping the load in view, I only do HDR supervision. I'm not involved in any face-to-face teaching, but that's my passion, improving teaching. So I keep on researching in that area. Just to start with, this is CBD of Perth, Western Australia. And Curtin University, main entrance, and our university is in top 1% of world universities. And I am in humanities, where we take pride in saying that we make humans. That's the role humanities is expected to do. At the same time, that is the role of educational research, making better humans. In School of Education, we teach it's research by doing with early childhood and secondary school students. This is the building and backside of the education building, School of Education. So what do we do as teachers? We are all teachers, whether I'm teaching in an early childhood center, whether I'm a school teacher or a university teacher, is Genote has said, I have come to a frightening conclusion that I'm the decisive element in a classroom. My personal approach that creates the climate, it is my daily mood that makes the weather. As a teacher, I have tremendous power to make a child's life miserable or joyous. I can be a tool of torture or an instrument of inspiration. I can humiliate, humor, hurt, or heal. In all situations, my response that decides whether a situation will be escalated or de-escalated, or a child, a human, humanized or dehumanized. So can we realize, all of us, we are all teachers here, how important role society has given to us? And if we have been given this role, how well we run it. And that is where we do research to find out what is happening in my classrooms. That's the research. And how well we do it, that's where the standards will come. I've been working with Indian children, and where they were learning science in a hands-on playway activity work. It was my research, but at the same time, they were enjoying it. And if we can run our research in a way, we end up with happy humans. As I was introduced, my main area of research is within learning environments. It has a historical background to early 1900s, when Levin said that our personality is our behavior depends on two factors: personality, what sort of personality a child has, and the type of environment you give them. And that environment influences the life of the child, and that influences the learning. Although learning does happen in our brains, but environment plays, personality and environment play a very, very important role. And as teachers, we have to be very aware about it. I do agree that when we talk about research, we only talk about the PhDs and the master's level thesis coming out, or a research paper we have to publish. For me, I want every classroom teacher to be a researcher. Every classroom teacher, if a classroom teacher can research their teaching and learning and make decisions based on their research and implement in their research, that's the only way we can improve our educational journeys, our educational standards. Educational environments can be considered as the social psychological context or determinants of learning. And research environments usually assume that students, curriculum, teacher, and other internal, external factors affecting the environment. We only generally look at the achievement and ability of the students, but we don't look at research very much about the motivation. What is the motivation students have? So that's where I try to put my more energies in. What are the factors which will impact students or increase their motivation? My dear colleague, Professor Benny Fraser, who was seen as father, and now I call him grandfather of classroom learning environments, he did some mathematics and he came up with a number of 20,000 hours a student spends in a classroom situation. And I would say it started happening from early 21st century with advent of technology, and COVID has pushed us more into it, I would say, in a similar situation. So isn't it our duty to make those 20,000 hours enjoyable, because those 20,000 hours are going to have a huge impact on students' lives, later lives. And research will play a major role in deciding what sort of environments are preferred by students. And these do keep on changing with time. And what we do in research as educational researchers, we do focus a lot on students' achievements and don't give much weightage to the environment we are creating. And tell you honestly, lots of research we have done, and it has indicated once the learning environments were improved, students' achievements as well improved. So it is not a waste of time if we put our energies in improving the learning environments, but we can't improve learning environments unless we do research into it to find out what sort of learning environments we have, what is the expected learning environments from students' point of view, and where our energy should go. So, but at the same time, I would say over the last decades, very little attention has been paid to improving the teaching and learning settings. So how can we do this? And I would say we will need to change, we will need to improve the quality standards in educational research. And why conduct educational research? We will need to generate trustworthiness in information through disciplined inquiry. And it is in tune with what Professor Balamuni was talking before me. What can we trust? What are the problems and their respective solutions? And as a consequence, we will improve teaching, learning, curriculum, and evaluation everywhere. So that is the purpose of educational research. And what are quality standards? If our research is defined as disciplined inquiry, then the quality standard is, how do we measure that discipline? And what is that discipline? Possibly, it is the education, what we are talking about. And what standards should we be judging in this disciplined inquiry? And I would say these are the quality standards. And quality standards have quite a few paradigms. My initial presentation was revolving around the paradigms and which paradigm quality standards for different paradigms, but I have moved and changed it slightly. But yeah, most research coming out of India is focused around post-positivist paradigm, where we look at the validity and reliability of our research. Validity can be internal or external. In internal validity, we look at how well research findings match reality or the truth, or the extent to which an experimental treatment is in fact responsible for the observed effect. The main criteria for determining internal validity would be finding whether it is true. For external validity, we look at the extent to which findings from our studies can be applied to another situation, or also known as generalizability. Reliability, again, would be my findings, or the findings of the research are reliable, and refers to studies' consistency, predictability, dependability, stability, and/or accuracy. And reliability depends on the replication of these studies. And we do have lots of research coming out in education research from paradigm of interpretive studies, where we look at if the study is credible, transferable, dependable, and we can confide into it. I'm not going to go into each quality standard right now because of the limitation of time, but anyone wanting to know in detail about it, feel free to contact me and I can send you the details on it. This is where I would like more research happening, because India is, even listening to the dialogue where we talked about personal identity. So shouldn't we be looking at the criticalism and critical theory paradigm, where awareness, reflexivity, and proximity of the researcher can be looked into and done in a quality way? And I haven't read much research coming from this paradigm in Indian journals or Indian authors. The last one, which lots of research is coming, is postmodern paradigm, where we can have narrative inquiry. There is some research come out in autoethnography, but more. Let your students do research, PhD studies in autoethnography studies. They're all narrating the story of their own learning. Art-based research, there was a time when a thesis was expected to come in the form of only a book or a hard copy, but isn't an artifact good enough research output? And it can be validated. It can be shown as a reliable source of data. Moving on from there, research in certain paradigms does not mean that you have to demonstrate each and every quality standard within that paradigm. And quality standards can be applied across paradigms. There is no one set rule that we have to follow. As long as the study is valid, reliable, dependable, trustworthy, and researcher can demonstrate it through the quality standard, it is publishable. But there are certain things which are conflicting. Like if I'm doing an autoethnography study and then at the same time bringing in quantitative heavy data, they are conflicting, and they make even the the findings may conflict, because autoethnography data is experience of one person, and you're getting in post-positivist paradigm, we are getting data from maybe hundreds, thousands, or hundreds of thousands. So we don't know how they are going to match. So as researchers, we need to be aware about what is the theoretical framework of my study. This is when I review papers from India or thesis coming out of India, is I don't see a theoretical framework and the research methods or the paradigm where the study is situated coming out very strongly. Either it is non-existent or is not coming out very strongly. This is where we have to guide our students, and not only students, the research we do, make sure before we start a research study, what do we do there? So what I'm going to do is talk about one of my recent projects and leave up to you, or at the same time, I'll demonstrate how quality standards were, applied to it. A most recent study, which we started somewhere in 2019, was looking at the emotions in the classroom. And it's very applicable in current situation when our students are studying for 1.5 years approximately. They are homebound, and we hear that mental health issues are on rise in India, because, or even in other parts of the world. So looking after students' emotions is very important for a healthy society of tomorrow. And in this unpredictable environment, what's going to happen, because we still don't know how long we have to be homebound. So in educational research for a long time, there has been emphasis on achievement, conceptual understanding, but a very important factor in educational research is the emotions of students, which were neglected. And I did think about it and got an ARC grant, and I found lots of literature which was supporting. And the first paper which I found was published in 1993, talking about emotions, but nothing I couldn't find worldwide was done except one study, which was Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. They had funded a study in Harvard University, but not a valid instrument was produced. They just looked at emotions in the classroom. So I'm not going to read all this literature here, but there were lots of claims supporting that emotions of students should be looked after, but not much was done in this area. So what I did, the trends such as these are unhealthy for teachers and students, like where we don't look after the emotions in the classroom. And negative emotions held by teachers can be deleterious to the health of the students and can rapidly reproduce similar emotions, thereby catalyzing pathways to poor health of students. And the last statement which I put down here, it resonates very closely with Indian thought of philosophy of living, where we look at, yes, teacher transfers the type of emotions. We make the climate. Our mind makes the climate. Our actions make the climate, and so do make teachers' actions. So what does your learning environment look like? Would that be your classroom? Or this be a classroom? This was a very popular way of a regular classroom I would expect in India. And engaging children in a playway method. Or COVID hits and we are used to seeing faces on screen, the way you must be looking at me right now. Or lots of our staff are complaining that students keep the videos off, so we are looking at a blank screen and speaking to a blank screen. Could that be your classroom? Or I have seen this could be a classroom where teacher is demonstrating something on a screen. Or could this be it's a child who is reading a lesson which is a recorded lesson through an iPhone? And I would say all different types of classrooms are developing a different type of emotion in these students. Hope you agree with me, but we will have a question and answer session later. And teacher needs those skills to tackle different types of emotions. But before that, teacher should know what is the emotional climate of the classroom. This is a standard classroom, my classroom, where I taught or teach. And sad bit is, since we have made these our lectures available in fully online mode, students tend not to come for face-to-face classrooms. That's another type of emotions which we are creating for these students. Since I've been asked, this COVID taught us a lot of science, but it also changed our learning environments. It taught us science of reading graphs, reading new things. It taught us new vocabulary, but learning environments as well changed. Could this be your learning environment? I know in India, most students are studying from mobile phones. And what sort of impact is it having on their emotional climate? That's what we will see. Before we move on to what we did, there have been pedagogical shifts since educational research started. We started with cognitivist approach to constructivist and have slowly moved into virtual approach. But yes, COVID forced us into virtual approach. We had to, the institutions or countries which were not very much dependent on technology, they had to adopt very fast. So what sort of emotion and emotional impact it's having in virtual approach? Although personally, I see parallels between cognitivist to constructivist to virtual approach. There are lots of things which are common, but few things have changed. So how are we going to adopt and adapt to this changing environment? And what sort of, and how is it going to impact our research? That's what a timely research would tell us. Or if we have to be timely in research, it's most appropriate that we focus on virtual approach of teaching right now. So since I'm focusing on the emotions, why should we be looking at emotions in the classroom? Shouldn't we be looking at the emotional interactions between student and teacher? Because classes with positive classroom emotional climate, teachers understands and cares for students' needs, student perspectives are taken into account, student feels safe to express ideas and ask for help, and students have more interest in the topic they are studying. And what did we do? We developed this questionnaire with 8 scales of which are written there for you to read. So what did we do? I'm again going back to the quality standards. First thing, we did face validation by experts. Then we had focus group interviews with students, and then moved on to large scale field testing of the tool. That was the only way we could validate the questionnaire we were trying to make, or I was trying to make available with help of one of my research assistants, and available for larger educational community. So as I said, in face validation, we ran it with some of the senior members of Learning Environment Research Group, and we made some changes, looked at the wording for clarity and readability. So some of the items which were impersonal were made quite personal, like students in this class treat teacher with respect, I treat teacher with respect. So to make it very personal. And that's when Professor Bala in last presentation was talking about the clarity. That's what we did here. Then we did focus group interviews with students to further refine this questionnaire. 4 groups of students, we talked to them, made minor changes, and then a second iteration with 2 groups of 5 students each. And eventually we ended up with, we added more items in the questionnaire and ended up with 74 items and 10 attitude scale questions. And these are our scales and description of these scales and sample items for each of the scale. The scales were consultation, consolidation, collaboration, control, motivation, care, challenge, clarity, and attitude. To STEM, it was because we were looking at emotions in the STEM classrooms. Then we followed it with a larger scale field testing in Western Australian schools. We had government as well as private schools on board, and we using coding and anonymous, and the data was anonymized, which is the ethical issues were taken into consideration. So I don't want to go into these all details, but yes, we used different statistical analysis, and the questionnaire was, we tested for internal consistency, concurrent validity, discriminant validity and predictive validity, and everything was satisfactory, and questionnaire is valid for use, valid and reliable for use. As this happens and we publish our first paper, COVID hits. And I sat down yesterday and wrote a diary of what happened here in Perth. Although we haven't done badly, there hasn't been, I wouldn't say much, I wouldn't say any, but much community transmission. We had hardly 3 or 4 cases in past 15, 16 months of community transmission, but there have been over 1,000 cases, which were mainly international travelers or interstate travelers who came to Perth. Till now, we did have 3 lockdowns. First lockdown was last year. For about 10 weeks, we closed university. And then later this year, we had 1 lockdown of a week, and then later again of about a week or 2, which were not long, and it didn't impact us much. But last year, between ending March till July, for about 10 weeks, we were closed. And our university also closed, and all teaching went fully online. Although School of Education has been running their teaching and learning activities in fully online mode, but I was surprised to see many schools were not well equipped with taking their teaching and learning in fully online mode. So what happened when we opened, I decided to check the students' emotional response in our university. I didn't get many responses, although the questionnaire was open to 5,000 students. Our university is a huge university of nearly 60,000 students. We opened it to 5,000 students, but we got just over 200 responses. You can imagine the emotion, because that possibly was not the right time for me. So I wasn't sensitive enough. So what did I find? That during lockdown, the question I asked about their emotions was their emotional climate during lockdown and after lockdown. And I had 42 questions in this questionnaire. And except for 1 question of I was given adequate time to complete my task, after lockdown has lower mean score than before lockdown. This is because of the university policy. We did give extensions to students. It was a university policy. But all other emotional items have lower mean score. It is suggesting that lockdown was definitely having a negative impact on students' emotional well-being. I'm moving on from care and control on this slide. Clarity and challenge on this slide you can look at, and quite a few of them are statistically significant. Motivation and consolidation here. Collaboration and attitude to learning is here. And I changed attitude to STEM to attitude to learning because now I didn't have STEM students. So what is the implication? Out of 42 behaviors which I was trying to research, 36 had statistically significant differences. And that too was towards after lockdown, they felt better. Only 1 question in care scale had higher scores during the lockdown period. And highest difference is seen in losing focus in scale of clarity. Students felt less challenged during lockdown. This is a lockdown of 6 weeks. What would happen to students who have been in lockdown for nearly 15 to 16 months now? And students collaborated significantly positively and had significantly positive attitude in face-to-face mode. So it is, despite we are celebrating that we have learned to go online, the education journey is changing, but still students are preferring learning in face-to-face mode. And this is an area where we should be researching right now. We should be publishing right now. And what's happening in India, world needs to know in a standard manner. And if that's true, so what should we be doing? Instead of focusing on the content, there is, although I don't believe in calling them soft skills, because soft skills are these skills or competencies or 21st century skills are very difficult to learn. And till now, no one has been able to give me a tool how teacher can measure these. But if we can invest in, through research, in training students to communicate, collaborate, think critically and creatively, we will be improving their emotional climate and making them resilient. And that's where research will come into, because as I said, there is no instrument till now. Teachers don't know. There are many countries, and so is Indian National Education Policy, focusing on giving these skills, 21st century. It does talk about 21st century learning skills, but there is no research and there is no guidance and training to teachers how to do that. And this will be, because I was asked by Professor Babu to talk about the areas in which we can do research now. And this is a very significant area. Moving on from there, I think, and how do we do that? Like the last slide is very broad. Someone can talk, while you are breaking the ice in the classroom, how is it impacting learning? You can write a PhD thesis on that. How well those learning skills, how are they improving students' learning? Foster a community where the collaboration is happening. There are many parents who have been criticizing the pair work, but we have to realize that today's student is moving into a community tomorrow, which is an area where they have to work, and they cannot work in isolation. They have to work in a collaborative environment. Why don't we train them right from school and then in the university environment? But every learner is different. So can teacher create an individual learning plan for those students? And then check, research whether that's going to help their learning and how is it going to help? Because no research is right or wrong, but we are only finding out what is working and what is not working. Can we develop curriculum around shorter content and then evaluate it and research it? integrate face-to-face and virtual interactions if it's not possible to always hold face-to-face classes? And how is this blended learning going to work? Learn by doing. Yeah, this is what needs to be, which is timely. And flexibility in curriculum. I know Indian curriculum, every state has a flexibility of some 20%, but can we empower teacher to add flexibility in curriculum and see what works and what doesn't work? Again, collaboration and communicate. That is, how are we going to communicate our innovations? Is it only through quality publications? Can there be any other mode? Can blogs work? If an artifact can be taken as a PhD work, can a blog be taken in longer run, which is done in a scholarly manner and gone towards the research productivity? I think we have to, now a time has come where we have to think outside of the box and challenge the current practices. There is big push on university rankings. Should that happen? And how agile are the current practices? Possibly, if we can't, educational leaders, we can't challenge it, who will? Then I did, and yes, of course, solicit feedback, and feedback by students, research on that, by educational community, and move on. These are few tools which I have been using in my teaching and learning, because people do ask, how do we do research instantly? In my classroom, I had thought that I'll use it here, but didn't have time. Like, I knew how we can do it. But I do use Canva, Code. They're quite easy tools to use. But I can ask a simple question. Did you enjoy, like mine was, I spent ask all of you, last 1 hour productively. Did you enjoy, or did you think that this session was worthwhile to attend? And you could have instantly and responded to one of these questions. I have this resource which I'm using with students, although I'll try if I can open it. It's a resource which is gamified simulations coming out of UK. And it's a wonderful resource available for everyone to use. It's not opening, sorry. Yeah, it is. See, it's faculty resources, getting started, simulation, teacher resources. I can go to simulations. And these are gamified simulations. And I have purchased high school physics, high school chemistry, safety, genetics, food science, earth science, and they have been adding. Let me go to anyone, maybe chemistry, number of simulations, and in addition, they have even the assessments and multiple choice questions and few other things there. And it's really working very well. Yes, it is available, but question is, we need to do research on them. in a standard manner, in a quality standard manner. If few countries are showing that this resource is working for them, we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but see what is applicable in Indian environment. Thank you. And questions, please.
Now the session is open for questions. Questions from the participants. Any questions from the participants? PNN sir?
Madam, can I ask one question?
Yes, sir.
Madam, what are paradigms in educational research?
Paradigms, as I explained, that research methods, when we paradigm is in which paradigm your research is situated. And if you would have done the research methods course, in that we did start research with post-positivist paradigm, where most of the research is quantitative, where you use a survey, and then that survey, if you're interpreting it, it becomes an interpretive research, interpretive paradigm. But then the third one is the critical theory or criticalism, where you are critically analyzing existing situation. And last but not the least is the postmodern paradigm, which has, that sort of research has started in 21st century, since 2000-ish, is where is autoethnographic study, is narrative study a research which was not being considered in social research, and educational research is a part of social research. In this type of research, we would not take narrative study as a valid source of research. But if you meet the quality standards, it is accepted. Did I answer your question?
Yes, madam. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. And one more question.
My initial idea was that I will explain the quality standards. That was the only thing I was going to take in this session. But since I was sort of geared towards going towards COVID and what sort of research we can do in COVID, so I had to bifurcate. Sorry for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, we are very happy to listen that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question, Professor Vika. Yeah, this is regarding this online teaching which is going on during this pandemic, right? The paradigm which you are talking about, do you think in this context where people are attempting to do online teaching, is it possible to provide, collect data from the online class or whatever that the teachers handle? Do you think it is possible?
Yes, it depends. See, in educational research, before data comes, your research aims or your research questions. So the first thing is, what are you trying to research? And what are your research aims? Once you define your research aims, then, because as a researcher, you have to think, what are my research aims? And how am I going to get answers to these research questions? And there are multiple ways. If you're going in for a quantitative study, there are multiple tools. You can create an online research tool, which I did with my Curtin students. As I told you, it was open to 5,000 students, but I got only 280 responses. And as soon as they complete the questionnaire, you have an electronic data source. If you want to go in a qualitative data, you may have to have one-to-one interviews or focus groups, or ask them to write a story about. See, narrative inquiry is not always that I have to talk about myself. You can give an essay to students, talk about your experience of online learning and teaching, and ask everyone to write an essay on it. If you want to be structured, give them some prompting questions, and within that framework they can write, and that becomes your rich source. That becomes your rich source of data. At the same time, a student can have a full research paper of their own experience, which is autoethnography, where you're talking about your personal experience. You as a teacher, you're learning in online environment, because all of us had to do quick learning when COVID hit. So what was your personal experience? That is your autoethnography. But students' account is an ethnographic account and a narrative story. It is possible, very much, but it depends. What are your questions?
Yeah, right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Professor, shall I finish it, madam? Rekha, madam?
Yes. Yeah, you have a question.
Okay. Professor Rekha Kaul, sir?
Yes, proceed.
Professor Rekha Kaul, in her address, stated approximately 20,000 hours a student spends in a classroom. It is the duty of the teacher to make it enjoyable and create impact in the students' lives. Research in this area will develop the education quality and benefit the development of individual. This point has to be considered by all the educationists who are attending this session. Regarding your presentation, madam, your presentation was very informative, valuable, excellent, and that has touched upon the current issue, especially during the pandemic, the emotional response to COVID-19, where you have explained in detail. We are really touched. Thank you, madam, for your valuable time and being with us and sharing your expertise. I am sure all the participants will be highly benefited. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, madam.
The next speaker is Professor Sandra Poer from US. A brief introduction to her. Dr. Sandra Poer is from Middle Tennessee University, Florida. Her doctoral subject is on adult education. She has international teaching experience working in culturally diverse environment. She has taught 3 years at Zayed University in Dubai. Her strengths include creating innovative educational programs with a focus on food and culture, appropriate outreach efforts to solve community problems, and empowering students for ability to create and teach online courses, work as an advisor for student organization, and creating positive educational environments for optimal learning. In 2020, she was invited to participate in the United Nations Commission for Social Development, representing the NGO International Federation for Home Science, Home Economics in Bonn, Germany. She has published 40 journal articles and had been invited to speak in Malaysia, India, Switzerland. On behalf of the Department of Education, Annamalai University, I welcome you, madam. for the session on developing sustainable online instructional modules for the 21st century. And we have Ms. Mary Ann Remsen from the same university. I'll introduce her. Both of you can join the session and you can handle jointly. Dr. Mary Ann Remsen is the senior level dissertation chair at Grand Canyon University in the College of Doctoral Studies. She's a professor in the College of Education at Murray State University and Middle Tennessee University in early childhood education. She has more than 28 years teaching experience at the secondary and higher secondary education level. She has recent publications in peer-reviewed journals, has presented at national and international conference, and is currently conducting a study examining the patterns of adjustment made by students in higher education at the beginning, middle, and end of COVID-19 pandemic. On behalf of the department, I welcome you too, madam.
Thank you.
Madam, the platform is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've tried to, I've got to start my video. There we go.
Mhm.
Good morning, good evening. It's 7 o'clock here in Middle Tennessee State University. And with Mary Ann, it's a little bit later. It's 8 o'clock in Kentucky.
Mhm.
We are very happy to be a part of your conference. Well, it's been over 12 months since the COVID-19 pandemic caused the shutdown of schools across the world, resulting in over 1.6 billion learners being out of school. So as we reflect back on these early days, it is fair to say that we have learned more from our failure than our success, more from discomfort than comfort, and more from disruption than tranquility during this global pandemic. However, if we use this disruption wisely, it helps us to rediscover vision and purpose and to refocus on what is most critical. Most educators are saying that the year 2020 will be seen as one of the most important years in the history of education. Dr. Remsen and myself would like to share with you our focus on how to develop sustainable online instructional models for the 21st century. We will begin with an overview of the education market globally. Then we will focus primarily on the demand in India, followed by a framework for the 21st century. In other words, we have a new education economy.
Our agenda for today, we'll be looking at developing sustainable online instructional models. And the introduction will be to the need to develop sustainable online instruction. The higher educational digital capacity framework will you'll be able to recognize this, and they will have some questions as we go along. If you look at this model, you can see in the wheel of this sustainable framework, we have the infrastructure, which is the basis for online instruction, the culture from which it begins, and resources available. Around the wheel, you can see all the other areas that promote online instruction for professional development platforms, people, efficiency, financing, communication, metrics, vision, and guidelines and processes. It's a very integrated way of examining this online instructional model. These frameworks help provide a view and understanding of all the complexities of delivering online instruction. So what's driving the educational models in 2030? Well, there are 4 areas that really will promote how this will go forward. We have globalization and growth, global population changes, future of work and skills that's needed, and of course, advancement in technology. Globalization growth are emerging markets, which will continue to be the growth engine of the global economy. As these emerging countries develop their institutions, they'll be fostering social stability and strengthening macroeconomic fundamentals. They'll become more appealing to work and live. The global population changes are really the largest consideration. The world's population grows by about 200,000 a day. We will likely add another 1 billion by 2030, putting enormous pressure on current education models to scale and effectively and sustainably.
Marianne, I'd like to add to that global population that India is expected to take over China as the largest country on earth by 2022 and grow to a population of about 1.5 billion by 2030. Education is set to become a powerful engine of the country's economic growth and development. Also, with the global population change, we are also aging, especially the developed countries. The human population is getting older, bringing large numbers of elderly people that will be put severe pressure on the government finances from these countries.
In addition, we have future of work and skills. There'll be great changes. There's uncertainty about the future of work because of technological change, the impact of automation, and most efficient ways for society to develop human capital. There will be advancement in technology, including artificial intelligence, machine learning, decentralized blockchains, which are considered by many as both threats and opportunities to advancing human potential. The speed and impact, the mode and speed impact will fundamentally reshape major aspects of education and perhaps affect the way learning occurs.
The fact that all four of these disruptions are happening at the same time means that the world is changing radically from one in which many of us grew up in. We need a clear perspective on how to negotiate the changing landscape. So this particular slide here is showing the global, one of the huge global changes, that there will be 2 billion more learners in the world by 2050. And it's the global education market is set to reach at least $10 trillion by 2030 as population growth in developing markets fuels a massive expansion and technology drives unprecedented developing markets. The next decade, we will see an additional 350 million post-secondary graduates and nearly 800 million more K through 12 graduates than today. Asia and Africa are the driving force behind this expansion.
This next slide is reviewing the material changes to global education and looking at the market and expenditures across countries. There are categories which include underlying population growth, higher education tuition definition, and abilities to foster credible alternatives, and digitalization drives lower cost. The education market size will be driven by higher education tuition, deflation combined with faster and cheaper credible alternatives, and digitalization driving a lower administrative cost across all sectors. HOLON, which framework we'll be viewing shortly, has revised our global education and training market size, downgrading total spending from 500 billion in 2025 with HOLON-Q's pre-COVID outlook. We now expect the global education and training market to reach 7.3 trillion in expenditure by 2025. This includes all products. With COVID, there's been a great push for many institutions to promote online instruction, which has required them to really examine their methods and their costs and how they implement their product. So globalization has caused us to look at technology as a product across all continents and cultures, and with innovation driving lower cost and new ways of transmitting digitalization across cultures.
Okay, this is a slide just showing the development and the changes in global ed tech. And you can see at the bottom, starting at 2010, which has not really been that long ago, relatively few companies were involved in this new education economy. But as the years went on, especially you can see we've got India at the top, we've got China, the US, and then Canada. And starting in about 2015, more and more companies were getting into this line of work. And you can see by 2019, 2020, the significant increase in the global ed tech evolution. One of the other key significant factors with the global education market are the development of university partnerships. We've got the blue is the OMP partnership, which is the online program management, and many universities are outsourcing this their work because many of them do not have the capacity or the infrastructure to go it alone. So you can see how a lot of the blue has become very, evident throughout from 2010 all the way to 2019. Then we've got boot camps. Boot camps were initially set up for digital and coding skills. They're short-term, typically 9 to 12 weeks in length, and they're generally full-time programs that issue a certificate. And they're aimed to get the learners job ready for new professions. The last one that we'll talk about are the pathway partnerships. Those have many formats, many different ways to implement. I know that both Marianne and I have worked at the secondary level, where they're very popular here in, especially here in Tennessee, where I am living. We have, with our secondary programs, we've got a variety. We have over 159 different pathways for secondary students to participate in. Not all regions offer the same ones, but we have a total of 159. Marianne, did you have something you wanted to just say about pathways?
The pathways are a way or a model of allowing opportunities for students in their own communities to develop skills tied to the labor market needs. So within these pathways, with wherever students are living, they may not have access to every type of industry. That's one thing I see that's limiting with these pathways, the way they're developed now. Ideally, these pathways should be relevant to students no matter where they live, to have opportunities to develop skills, whether it's in agriculture or business, or whatever the focus is on those pathways. They each have a different focus depending upon skills. These are typically skill development pathways with connections to the business industry in communities. Again, in Tennessee, at least, they're developed according to what market is needed in each particular county in the state of Tennessee. I see this as a way to broaden these pathways through digitalization to offer these opportunities for everyone who is needing to develop a skill, whether they're in secondary or beyond secondary in a two-year university, to develop industrial skills, to be able to go into jobs and be ready for employment. This is really the job sector where I see these skills taking off, and where students can be trained for lifelong learning. That's not necessarily at a four-year institution, but maybe a 2-year or 8-week skill training with credentials that would be included with each one. And the United States, this is our career technical educational model that I see is really gaining some speed. And I'll see more of that in the future with future payment for all students to get a two-year education free in the United States. So I see big changes on the horizon for lifelong learning for all individuals to become employed and to develop skills.
We're going to switch into some of the statistics that we have been able to gather about the education market in India. And just as the slide says, with more than 260 million students at 1.5 million schools, and with 500 or 50,000 higher education institutions and 13,000 industrial training centers, India is the quiet giant of global education markets. However, this is set to change with technology, policy adjustments, and development traction. India is one of the world's largest, most dynamic, and fastest growing education markets. The country has a massive youth bulge, the largest in the world, with 600 million young people under the age of 25. Nearly 30% of the population is under 14 years of age. More than 30 babies are born every minute, and the UN projects that Delhi will become the largest city in the world with 37 million people by 2028. While India might be currently overshadowed by other education giants, the drivers for change are building to deliver India as one of the most important education markets globally within the next 5 years. Key drivers such as technology, connectivity, mobile-first learning, capital flows, and educational innovation deliver clear signals of things to come.
At this point, we're going to open to questions. Looking at these 4 areas, I'll take a poll. Which one of these areas is affecting India the most? Globalization and growth, global population changes, the future of work skills, and advancement in technology.
Maybe they could put their questions in the chat box, Mary Ann.
Okay.
Their answers.
Their answers.
Advancement in technology.
Okay.
Okay. Very good. Yes. That is for sure.
Mm.
It seems like every, few months we've got a new program out.
Globalization, advancement in technology.
Okay, well, let's move on, Mary Ann.
Okay.
This particular slide here is just showing the that with 1.4 billion learners, India emerges as an education giant to watch. India will maintain a long-term demographic advantage with more than 50% of its population below the age of 25 and more than 65% below the age of 35. This translates into a huge opportunity as a target market for education and upskilling. The Indian parents, teachers, children, and institutions are changing their approach to education to be more accepting of digital learning as a legitimate alternative to more traditional models. This is an interesting slide here showing the phone user base in India has increased dramatically in both the urban and the rural India over the past few years, with nearly 400 million smartphone users. In 2018, at that time, witnessed users assessing most of their educational content through internet-powered smartphones in a massive way. Most educational content, including online courses, have now been optimized entirely for mobile devices. So you can see that China has 775 million smartphone users, followed by India with almost 400 million, followed by the United States with 235 million. And then it goes on down from Brazil. The last one is Australia with 17 million. This is a slide just showing all the educational apps that have been available in India. And they're featured highly in this education conscious market and generally reflect the diversity of learning across the spectrum. STEM related apps dominate the paid category, with 7 out of the top 10 being science, programming, and math content. The upskilling category dominates the top grossing category. That's over here on the right, including apps aimed at adults keeping their professional skills up to date and lifestyle learning apps such as brain training. This is showing the venture capitalists, how many private companies are looking at the educational opportunities around the world and getting very involved. And you can see that India is down here on the left, and it is evolving. Right now, India represents about 10% of the global venture capital funding in education, behind China and the United States. The venture capital funding in India supports solutions to solve significant challenges in formal education, as well as delivering new models. Now we're going to go into the development of the international framework that is a very new model that focuses on the student's life cycle.
In this model, you can see on the left, the higher educational digital capacity model. You can see the continents and the geographic distribution within this digital capacity. On the right, we have North America, which is more than 50% of the countries with this digital capacity, and the other continental areas, which has the rest of that 100%. And on the right, you will see the educational panel, the role distribution within countries and how they're allocated. They're allocated in several ways with an academic focus, academic areas, government areas, other countries, and how the CEOs and executives operate and drive the digital capacity. You can see that most of these capacities are at the academic level. The whole on higher education model, Cohort is driving a longitudinal study into understanding this digital capacity in higher education. And it concludes perspectives from a diverse mix of stakeholders, which you see on the right. The panel consists of 1,000 leaders working with institutions of higher education, along with organizations that service and support higher education, including edtech companies, government, investors, and professional service. This question has to do with how you understand or see a university, how you have a strategic plan for online course development. When we move forward into the digital capacity model, we'll be examining this. But this is the key of understanding how to deliver online strategic courses and development. How do any of you see your university having this plan for their online course development? Any discussion for this? Understanding this.
Okay, we'll go into this. This is the framework. This is the beginning of the framework showing the 4 dimensions of the higher education digital capacity framework. And now we're going to go into more detail about what this looks like during the for the rest of our session.
I want to stop for a moment, Sandra, and talk about that last question because the strategic plan for online course development, what we'll see in this model is how institutions develop these plans, and it's very, very focused and comprehensive. And this framework that we're going to show with these 4 different areas, demand, discovery, learning, learner experience, work and lifelong learning, this digital framework from HOLON has examined how every university digitalizes their programs to the community as consumers. And that's why this previous question was, how does your university, do they have a plan? I would say that most probably brick and mortar schools do not, but those schools that are typically online institutions have taken the time to really visualize how they're going to move their instruction according to these 4 areas. So that's the introduction to this. Okay, Sandra. These are the 4, this is the framework for this digital capacity framework from HOLON, which they've developed. On the left, we have the first one, which is demand discovery. Next is learning design. Next is learning experience. The next is work and lifelong learning. Along these areas are 70 domains, and then other capacities that are fundamental to each domain, such as product strategy on the left, curriculum design, academic administration, and at the end, lifelong learning. This framework is very holistic. It takes a broad view of the delivery of not just delivery of instruction, but how it's understood, how it's implemented, how it develops skills, and how it impacts the learner over the lifetime.
Oops, go back here. Yeah, this is more or less a breakdown that Marianne has just discussed, showing the 4 core dimensions. And then we have the 16 capacity domains, followed by capability statements. And then the last is a rating scale where either an individual or an institution can, do an assessment and end up with a particular rating scale.
I just want to mention before we go forward that this model, that previous model with all the capabilities and the framework includes the dimensions of the learning cycle, which is demand, discovery, learning, design, learning experience, and work and lifelong learning. This framework is designed to allow flexibility in interpretation in each context, where each university can focus on their own evaluation of the delivery. Some institutions will find almost every capability block relevant to organizational structure. So this is a flexible model. Activities and aspirations, while others will focus maybe on just one set of capabilities applicable to their particular situation. So this model as a framework gives universities and other online institutions opportunities to really evaluate their program and their delivery of instruction, which I think is frameworks and models really are the best way to organize and develop an understanding of evaluating a system. And this is really a system model, and I thought it was just outstanding. Okay, Sandra, next. All right, in this frame, you can see the four capabilities at the top. At the beginning, we have market. This is how the universities and programs develop strategies to solicit people and individuals to become needy customers in their system. And the strategies that the framework identified were the four, such as market insights, trends, competitive alternatives. The next is students. How do they inform students? How do they find students within the market? And how do they gain interest, such as through social media and other ways to promote their institutions? Recruitment events, channelships, and school and community outreach. These are ways to gain recruitment. So this whole first slide, part of the model, is about how they are trying to find ways to implement their programs. Course selection and guidance happens maybe at the secondary level, and application and admission. So this is the process for the beginning of developing an online framework to solicit customers basically into their institutions. This next slide is the learner design. And I find this one probably really, really important as I teach wholly online with university students. The university designs their framework and their learning model and their platforms. Every university has their own platform where I work. Grand Canyon University has about 90,000 students, some of them worldwide, and they have their own platform that they developed for this delivery of instruction. This is a model that they've developed. The content's included, simulations could be included, and managing this integrated content is administrative. They design for digital learning, how they're going to implement that across this platform. Faculty experience is a key in working with this system, and training is applicable for those who are new. Specialist partners could be included, and you can see it's all experiential learning approaches should be included in this model, in this sector. The next slide is the third part of the framework, which has to do with the student focus. And this is the one I'm really, really interested in learning more about: how faculty understand to work with students, how they schedule time with students, and how do they train faculty to work with students. There's a portal in my program where students can log on to this delivery system in this framework that they have, this delivery platform. It's synchronous and asynchronous learning, whether it's face-to-face through Zoom or whether it's just online development of skills through assignments. It's an interactive learning process where learning occurs throughout the segment. Which is most important to me, especially now, is a student needs because of COVID. They really, through online, sometimes feel isolated and alone in the learning, and more collaborative approaches, I think, need to be focused in this platform to help students feel connected to others in their learning. And there's also opportunities for feedback throughout this process.
Marianne, I did want to add too that when Holon did their global survey from a variety of institutions in, I guess it was on 6 different continents, they found that when they were looking at the data that had been generated, that the weakness in those models that had been currently used at those institutions really were very weak in the learner experience dimension as well as the learning design. They more or less expected technology to be the #1 weakness, but as it turned out globally, it was the focus on the learner and the learning design. That was where the emphasis for this model has really, been elevated.
The last focus is on work and lifelong learning, which typically universities do not really play a significant role in fostering that. And I see as the next important aspect of how lifelong learning and through digitalization is going to be a key for individuals across countries and continents to develop skills.
And again, this is a focus on the student, and it has been shifting for some time, but now the learners can be supported as they choose and change careers through their lives, underpinned by ongoing learning and skill development. So we've got just a few more minutes, and what we're going to do is quickly, I'm going to show this this final slide here with the entire framework.
Again, this open source framework identifies key domains across the capabilities required for digital delivery across the whole student life cycle. It provides a structure to facilitate cross-institutional conversations. It is designed to allow flexibility in interpretation and context. The 70 capability blocks can be used to assess institutional strength and areas of priority, to conduct internal and external benchmarking, and ultimately guide strategic procurement decisions as a way of program design, university design for implementing online instruction.
And this is, again, the action that individuals or institutions can take with an assessment where you are able to identify your priorities and direction, and then create your strategic decision and digital, and digital platforms. So right now we're going to focus on some of the tools that will help you create an online design. I think we'll have to go through these fairly quickly, Marianne.
Okay. The first one are things that should be included, such as involving collaborative activities. This is, I think, really important. That's not really being done very well today. interactivity such as the games and interactive videos that we learned about earlier, personalized learning to develop students' interest. Some students don't have some skills, and how can that be incorporated into the program? And challenging activities if you're going to do collaborative approaches for students to develop skills and research capabilities. Effective online courses should do these things. Offer flexibility in delivery, which most institutions do, depending upon their platform or learning management system. Provide for a flexible assessment. Use different varieties of media for students to learn through, and of course, be interactive. Instructional strategies to use should provide a mix of direct instruction, cognitive models of learning, and social models of learning. To teach well through this platform, teachers need to develop a mix of skills such as direct instruction, cognitive, and social models. All teachers will need guidance and strategies for establishing a sense of cognitive, emotional, and instructional presence as student feels connected to a part of an online institution. The balance of this in-person and remote instruction is really the key, and how this is integrated using these different approaches with the bottom line of supporting student learning across the online instructional delivery model. That's really more complicated than what we think in terms of how to make it effective for everyone in this cycle. Strategies are important, attention to student needs, and resources for everyone, because most often the resources are limited and they have to be incorporated. And that's up to the professor to know what students need as resources.
One of the other common teaching strategies face-to-face that can be taken online or moved online is the think, pair, share teaching strategy. And the first component is that you give students content to review and digest, then they share it. It can be, like I say, in a Zoom room, or it can be, in a face-to-face situation where they use the shared space to discuss what they have reviewed and digested. And then you share it with the total group, and they can, if it's online, they can read and post their comments. Teachers are able to provide feedback. And also at the very end, teachers are able to, figure out whether the students are understanding that content that, they started with. So it's a very effective teaching strategy, either in person or online.
This next slide really promotes basic understanding of how to build community and the online model. Reach out to families and students, meaning developing relationships with them is really important. Having introductions of yourself and your background and what you are doing for them, icebreakers and ways to get them to communicate. And the next one is really key, especially now, is check on the well-being of students to make sure that they're developing, if there are any issues with them, to let them know that you're there for them, to support them in their learning. So you are to really engage with them as a person and not just someone that's directing instruction. That to me is really, really important.
This is a personalized learning environment. It's a little different than our format framework that we had earlier that was a little more complicated. This is a little simpler one that focuses on the learner and lifelong learning as well. And in this model, the personal learning environment aims to facilitate different types of learning while recognizing the way that individual students can take responsibility for organizing their learning. So it can be broken down into three components. The personal learning environment really relates to the interest and needs of each learner while selecting the appropriate e-tools and resources to facilitate each individual learning. Then when we look at the second component, learning relates to the way in which learning takes place and should be self-directed. And lastly, when we look at the environment needs to be safe and empowering. Learning is heading towards great change, and the personal learning environments are the direction it is heading towards. The idea behind personal learning environment intensifies the way in which learning is ongoing, and therefore it must seek to provide tools to support and facilitate learning. Diversity and advancements in technology have allowed for teachers to develop new ways of teaching and allowed for a new approach to teaching their students. This push towards change in education has seen the need not only formal learning to be utilized, but the recognition of the importance of informal learning. In 1869, President C.W. Eliot of Harvard, in his inaugural address, said, "A good past is positively dangerous if it makes us content with the present and so unprepared for the future." For all the inventiveness and imagination of the human race, we tend to be slow to adapt to change. There is a powerful human tendency to want the future to look much like the recent past. On these shoals, huge corporate vessels have repeatedly floundered. Revisiting our assumptions about the world we live in and doing nothing will leave many of us highly vulnerable. Gaining a clear-eyed perspective on how to negotiate the changing landscape will help us prepare to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to communicate to this wonderful group today.
Thank you, Professor Sandra and Professor Mary Ann. Now the session is open for questions. Questions from the participants, please.
Thank you very much, both the madams.
Thank
We
you.
are very happy. We were very much enjoy
Very good.
seeing
Well, we
the-
can send this if individuals are interested. We'll be glad to share our PowerPoint with them.
and they have made an eye-opening on online education. I think this will take off very fastly in India, no doubt. But due to this pandemic situation, the policymakers and teacher educators and teachers are a little bit slow in takeoff.
Mhm. Well, they're struggling with so much, it's hard to focus on
Yes,
other
slightly
things when they're-
struggling.
Mhm. Yeah, it's going to take
Because
some
this is
time.
a shift, no? We are shifting from one pattern to another pattern, from one
Yes.
method to another method.
Yes, yes.
Moreover, this is not only shifting, but a change which is necessarily to be accepted. Unanimous
Yeah.
change.
Yes, and that's key too. We have a similar situation in our country with career and technical education. In the past, parents wanted their students to go to a four-year institution, and and not really participate in vocational education, where we
As
have
you
7.
mentioned,
Pardon
as
me?
you mentioned, Dr. Chandra, we are adhering the principles of both China as well as United States. We
Yes.
are very much interestingly see these two nations as our elder brothers.
Yes.
And we are very much pleased. We are a good competitor also.
I had the opportunity to visit China 3 years ago at an international summit on vocational education. And what I learned from that experience in China, most of the universities are vocational universities. And their intent and their goal is to train their population to develop work skills to strengthen the country. So their focus was pretty much predominantly on vocational education, which we call career and technical education in the United States. And that's their entire focus appeared to me to be more about that than developing research or understanding outcomes from research, rather developing models to deliver instruction to help individuals develop skills. The one thing I didn't see there was how to do that in a way to develop credentials so that they could see that whatever they were learning in an environment that was contrived, simulated, how that would be developed into skills. And that was 3 years ago. I suspect now that with all the ways that they've developed these technologies in their educational market, their business models, and this is their development of these skills are through companies that they have in place there to develop tools for learning digitally and to transmit development through this model. I'm not sure about the curriculum delivery through these models because I'm not familiar with how they did that then. My role there was just to discuss how the United States delivers vocational education, which is totally different depending upon each state has their own labor needs. But in China, it's more of a holistic approach where they decide and determine what the country needs and just deliver that to the population, directed by the Chinese government. And all these institutions are really identified as businesses in that delivery system. It was really unique for me to see that and understand the big difference in the way they're delivering instruction, mostly for career skills and development at that time, at least. So that's what I learned about their role.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramisen. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Professor Chandra and Professor Ramsen.
Yes.
Many, many thanks for delivering such a brilliant lecture. This was, in fact, the best lecture delivered in this webinar. And I wonder how could you collect so much of material in such a short time? Huge collection. That is difficult to make. Anyhow, so we enjoyed your lecture. So next time we may arrange another, when the epidemic is over, we will arrange another webinar where again you two will give a talk and let larger audience benefit from the talk.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Sir, shall I propose a word of thanks, sir?
Yes.
Madam, only one question, madam.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay,
Dr.
sir.
PNN, please.
Yes,
Dr. PNN,
Professor
please.
Chandra, ma'am, I have one question to ask. What is the best way to teach students online? Because every teacher is following their own style online. What is the best way?
Well, at my institution, every instructor and teacher has to be trained according to the needs of the curriculum design and the platform. It's a uniform system, so that everyone has to follow specific guidelines in order to work with students, whether it's understanding them, delivering content, evaluating them. It's a systematic way of delivering instruction. The most important thing that I can see is that their learning management system, delivery of instruction is all in one place, within one learning management system and not in several places. So every piece of content, every communication, every grade, every evaluation, every document is in this one platform in one place or another. Within the platform, there are probably 7 or 8 places that an instructor can go to deliver instruction, assess content, and deliver resources to students. And the platform is always also a place for everyone that's on the committee with that student can see their progress and communicate with each other, and the student can communicate themselves in the learning development part where everyone can access the same material all at the same time. So there's no question about how the student's progressing and what they need at any given time within this platform. So it's very comprehensive and user-friendly and very systematic, where students understand what they have to do, how they have to deliver material, how they communicate with their instructors, how to contact them, and where everything is placed, and also their grading system with 8-week or 12-week modules. So it's very comprehensive and systematic, and I think they've been doing it for quite a long time, and they keep developing new ways to make it better. And feedback from instructors is key to help them develop new ways to make it more learning more effective. Collaboration is the key that's missing, with students working together in a large group on Zoom and maybe breaking into groups. The old-fashioned seminar lecture seems to be gone, and I think students come in with some limited skills, and it's hard to assess what they don't know. So there's a lot of time that's wasted in some ways trying to re-educate and re-instruct students on skills they don't have, especially when they're developing their dissertation. So I see some room for improvement there.
Thank you. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
And just to add to what Marianne said, where I work, we have an instructional design department. And so all new courses, new course development, you are working hand in hand with that instructional designer. And they have as Marianne indicated with her university, we have a set template that we have to follow. And so it's more uniform for students. And they give us, they check to make sure that our assignments are lined up, our assessments are lined up with our outcomes. And we have to identify, of course, the objectives and make sure that even the assignments line up with the objectives of the course. So we spend quite a bit of time with these instructional designers.
Thank you, Sandra.
Good evening, ma'am. Is there any specific software for mapping the data?
Any specific software for, pardon?
Mapping the data.
And which data are you referring to?
Whatever data we have used for research, because in your presentation, you have given mapping of some data. Is there any specific softwares that we can use for mapping those data?
I'm not aware of a particular software. The institution has developed their own models to assess the data, whether it's student learning, student success. I'm not familiar with software for that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, madam. We are happy. We are very happy. And we are very much honored on your presence over these online discussions of today's webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sandra and Professor Mary Ann, for your valuable inputs, highlighting the higher education digital capacity frameworks, explaining the 4 aspects that drive the shape of education in 2030. Your graphical presentation highlighted the various aspects of digitalization of education in various countries like USA, China, India, and Canada, which is highly beneficial. Your session on the whole was informative, and I'm sure the participants will be highly benefited. Thank you once again, Professor Sandra and Professor Marianne. We are very happy to
Thank
have
you.
you with us. Thank you. Thank you. It's
Thank
an
you.
honor for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very nice. We're happy to be here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will have the, sir, can we have the valedictory function, sir?
Yes,
Start
you
the-
please proceed.
Now we start.
Audio disturbances.
Okay.
Mr. Jayaprakash, slight audio disturbances.
Ma'am, my voice is break, madam.
We've been sitting for a long hours, and please, organizers, you can straight away take us to the final.
Yes, Pravina madam.
Don't make us to sit for a long time. Even it's almost 3-4 hours.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Jayaprakash and Mrs. Pravina madam, you please start the valedictory function. At the outset, it is giving really the joy for all the people who have participated over this function. And there are only 1 or 2 technical faults which we have come across both on yesterday as well as today. And it is the verge of, yes, please proceed, start.
Now I request Professor R. Babu, the Program Director and Professor Head, Department of Education, a dynamic educationist, to welcome the gathering.
Glad to meet all of you. Good evening to all of you. I welcome Professor Mohanty for this great function, the valedictory function of a 2-day international webinar. I welcome Dr. Kabilan, former Dean, Faculty of Science, Annamalai University. I welcome all the dignitaries online as well as others who are attending and listening through other media. I welcome all the people who have come over by attending this valedictory function. Once again, I thank all of you for coming over to attend this valedictory function. I request Dr. Kabilan sir to give his valedictory address. With that, we will straight away go for Professor Mohanty's felicitation.
Okay, sir. Can you hear all of you? Let me
Yes,
start.
please.
Regarding the 2-day International Summit Lecture Series on Quality Concerns and Educational Research, and inaugurated by Professor V. Murugesan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, and Dr. K. Ganadevan, felicitated by Registrar in Annamalai University, and Professor P. V. Shelvam, and Professor R. Babu, who is the Organizing Program Director, and Professor Sunil Bihari Mohanty, and Professor V. Ambedkar. Good evening to all, and the sessions I attended mostly, and all of them are very good. Particularly, I have only one concern in the valedictory function, that as a scientist and also as a chemist and a life science also and a medicinal chemist, I have to have the idea about the educationists, particularly yourself and all the forum who had attended and also given a fine lecture, that how we can give instruction to the students in science, particularly when they are in coupled with the scientific experiments in the laboratory. It is possible for us to go into the theory and giving fantastic ideas and audio clippings, etc. All the opportunities we can make use of it. While you are going for the laboratory facility, it is not possible for us to go always in a simulation, because a student has to go for an experiment. For that, we need certain points of instruction from the educators like you said. With the request, I just looked upon Research and Education Professor Stephen McKenzie, and he has given 6 key points. Fantastically, he developed all these things. On building quality literature reviews for educational research, Professor Ravichandran, Dean, Similarly, errors committed in research, Professor P.G. Kothari, on how to publish in high-profile journals by Ram Ganesh, on educational researchers in India at Purliute, Professor R. Babu, elaborately has shown certain research that has been taken place in Annamala University starting from 1966 onwards. Addressing the quality concerns in educational research, Professor Balakrishnan Muniyandi, and paradigms and quality standards in educational research by Mrs. Rekha Kaul. The last one, which I attended completely, fully well, I understood so many things in the lecture, in particularly sustainable online instructional modules for 21st century. Professor Sandra and Mary Ann, State University of United States, Tennessee. They have given an elaborate statement for all these things, and I also request them for the query which I have initiated. I bid very fine arrangement you have made in all the things. All the lectures were fantastic. I appreciate the organizers as well as Professor Babu and Ambedkar for all the things that I have considered. Thank you very much for having given me an opportunity in this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kabilan.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Sunil Bihari Mohanty to give his offer his felicitations.
Professor B. Murugesan, Vice Chancellor, Annamala University, we are thankful to you for providing us this opportunity to have this wonderful webinar. We are also thankful to Professor Gyanadevan, Registrar, Professor P. Selvam, Dean, Professor R. Babu, who is also organizer and as well as head of the Department of Education, Professor P. S. Kabilan, Professor B. Ambedkar, and our advisors, Professor T.B. Tulsidharan, Professor Ashish Srivastav, Professor Revati Vishwanathan, Professor S. Mallikarjuna Swamy. Our speakers, Professor Stephen McCann from the United Kingdom, Glasgow University, Dr. P. Ramachandran from Malaysia, Professor R.G. Kothari, who earlier worked in ASMS University, retired as Vice Chancellor of South Gujarat University, Professor E. Ram Ganesh, again Professor R. Babu as a speaker, Professor Balakrishna Muniyapandi from Malaysia, Dr. Rekha Kaul from Australia, Professor Sandra Poirier from USA, and Professor Mary Ann Ramsen from USA. Now, Professor Babu was very much interested in having so many lectures, so that maybe he thought that before quitting his job, he will have a wonderful webinar and he will make people aware of varieties of programs being undertaken in different parts of the country. But the only thing he has been asked about last lecture was so excellent that if the number of lectures could have been reduced, as people would have enjoyed, because people might have by listening for 4 hours, some of them might have left out and come. They didn't know that we will be a brilliant lecture at the end. With this, I don't want to take more of your time. I thank all of you for having this long questions, those who are waiting still to close this function. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Now I request Professor V. Ambedkar, the program coordinator, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening to everyone of you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Jayaprakash.
Good evening to every one of you.
Yes.
I deem it a great honor to privilege to have been asked to extend a vote of thanks on this historical occasion. This day will be remembered as a milestone in the history of the Department of Education. As program coordinator, First, I wish to express my gratitude to Professor S. Kabilan, formerly Dean, Faculty of Science, Annamalai University, for his wonderful valedictory address. I, on behalf of the Department of Education and my own behalf, extend him a very hearty vote of thanks for gracing the function. Next, I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to Professor Sunil Bihari Mahante, President, All India Association for Educational Research, AIAER, for his support, which was instrumental in accomplishing this task in a successful way. His able guidance has always encouraged. I, on behalf of the Department of Education and my own behalf, I extend him a very hearty thanks for gracing the function. We are grateful to the Program Director, Professor Dr. R. Babu sir, for his words of encouragement. I, on behalf of the Department of Education and my own behalf, extend him a very hearty thanks for his able guidance, kindness, interest, and continued support. My heartfelt special thanks go to all the resource persons, deputy directors, members, advisors, and organizing secretaries for their guidance and contributions in all our efforts. Finally, I thank all the participants for their interest in attending this international summit. Once again, I thank you all for the opportunity given to me. Thank you. Stay home and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ambedkar. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The feedback link, the attendance link has been posted. You kindly fill the form, Google form, and then you can leave the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Praveena.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ambedkar.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, PNN Nadaraj. Thank you, Nadaraj. Thank you, Dr. Sailila.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jayaprakash.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, all my colleagues, professors, associate professors, assistant professors. Thank you, Dr. T. Manikavasagam, Staff Secretary.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, one and all. Thank you very much.
Submit பண்ணா எனக்கு வேண்டாமா?
Sir, thank you, sir.
அது வந்து இந்த நேரம் நான் எப்பயே காப்பி
Thank you, sir. Thank you all of you.
Praveena madam, thank you, madam.
Thank you, Sailila. JP.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Madam.
Thank you. PNN sir. PNN sir. DM sir.
Yes, sir, madam. Yes, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
TM sir. Thank you, sir. TM sir. Thank you.
Thank you to successfully completed the program, madam. Thank you very much to you all.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
ஆனால் நான் செஞ்சிருக்கேன்.
சொல்லுமா.
ஆனா இங்க வந்து ஹீரோ ஹாஸ்பிடல் இல்ல. செக் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்களாமா. வேற எதுவும் இந்த ஹாஸ்பிடல்ல செக் பண்ணிருக்காங்க.
அதான் அதான் விமலுக்கு நானும் அதை சொல்லிட்டு தான் இருக்கேன் பேசிட்டே. மீட்டிங் இப்பதான் முடிஞ்சது. கலைவாணி மேடம், கலைவாணி மேடம்.
இந்த வரேன்.
தேங்க்யூ மேடம்.
தேங்க்யூ.
கலைவாணி மேடம், தேங்க்யூ மேடம்.
ஃபைல் இல்ல, தேங்க்யூ சொல்லல. ரவீனா மேடம் இருக்காங்களா?
போயிட்டாங்க போல. ரவீனா மேடம் இருக்காங்க.
தேங்க்யூ.
சரி.
சரி மேடம்.
சார்
சரி மேடம்.
யூடியூப்ல ஃபீட்பேக் போட்டீங்களா?
போட்டாச்சு மேடம். Conrad sir. Conrad sir.
I heartily congratulate and thankful to organizing
JP sir.
Organizing team,
JP sir.
putting team, and our valuable resource persons for informative, knowledgeable, inspirations, insightful, enlightening, and rich international summits. I thankful to organizing team giving opportunity joining a international summit. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
சாயிலா
மேடம்,
என்ன அப்பதான் வரா?
நான் நடுவுல கொஞ்சம் வெளியில போயிட்டேன்.
Am I audible?
JP sir. JP sir. Sir, வணக்கம்.
University.
Sir, வணக்கம்.
Beautiful. Sir, வணக்கம்.
சாயிலா மேடம் வணக்கம்.
வணக்கம் சார், வணக்கம்.
ரவீனா மேடம் வணக்கம்.
வணக்கம்.
I really
கலைவாணி மேடம் வணக்கம்.
and everyone, you and organizations and vice chancellor, Professor Ravu sir, and all of you.
முடிஞ்சதா?
Thank you,
Ma'am,
thank you,
excuse me,
sir.
ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am,
ஏதோ
when I
feedback
take
போடணுமா?
my certificate, ma'am, today or tomorrow?
15 days
Ma'am,
after.
it will take 1 week, ma'am. 1 week.
Okay, ma'am. Fine. Thank you. Thank you for organizing a
Because it
wonderful.
is lockdown time.
Is
It
it
will take
Sharmila?
1 week.
Yes, yes,
It's
and
a wonderful
kindly send
session.
our
I
e-certificates to us.
personally
Sharmila?
thank all the
This is the
organizers
last request
for
to you.
your
And thank you
nice
once
organization
again.
of such a
Thank you,
wonderful
thank you.
international summit. Thank
Excuse
you,
me,
ma'am.
Sharmila ma'am.
Sharmila?
Yes, sir.
Sharmila, Dama?
Certificate is not must, but knowledge is must in our life. And how can applicable the getting knowledge and implementation in future time in the education side? Certificate is not important.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
கேபி சார்
சார் வணக்கம் சொல்லுங்க சார்
ஃபீட்பேக் போடணுமா
என்ன சார்
ஃபீட்பேக் போடணுமா
ஆமா சார்
நான்
Praveen
நேத்து
madam.
போடல நேத்து போடல நேத்து போடல இன்னைக்கும் போடல
சார் நீங்க டெப்டி டைரக்டர் சார், உங்களுக்கு ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா சர்டிபிகேட் வந்துரும். சார், you are the deputy director.
Certificate is getting in 1 week.
Yes, sir.
Translate in English. Right, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Kalaivani madam.
Thanks to all once again.
Okay, thank you.
sir.
Have a nice day. Take care to all eminents.
Yes, sir. Kalaivani madam.
Sai Lila.
கலைவாணி மேடம், thank you மேடம்.
இங்க வீடியோல வரல மேடம் நீங்க.
வரல.
எந்த ஒரு போட்டோ எடுக்கலாம்னு பார்த்தேன். நான் எடுத்துட்டேன். எல்லாரும் எடுத்து.
Sorry for interruption, madam. Please share the feedback link.
Okay, madam. We are waiting for that only. All of them should fill up the form. So only we are waiting. JP sir, please. Yes, I think the last participant has asked the feedback form. We can end the session, sir, after it's over. How many of them have to fill up the feedback? Only few people are there in the meeting.
Yeah. More participants leave the meeting.
We are waiting for those who have not filled the feedback form.
Yeah.
Let them finish it.
Time. બધું બધા જ ભાગી ગયા આવે છે. બધા જ ભાગી ગયા છે.
Shall we end the session?
Wait,
Is
madam.
Okay.
Hello.
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 Madam, good evening, madam.
Good evening, sir.
Sir, madam, yesterday I attended all the 4 classes, madam.
Okay, sir.
But at the end of the time, the internet, the data pack was over, so I didn't fill the feedback form.
Okay, sir. Today you have done, sir?
I have done, madam.
We will check with that, sir. No problem.
Okay, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yep.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am.
Feedback form not opening, ma'am.
We did
Madam,
not close
madam.
the form. Send again the feedback form, sir. JP, sir. Feedback form is open only, ma'am. We did not close the form still. Please check again. Thank you, JP, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Okay. I'm leaving.